is a presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are San Diego.
Ray Liriano, Game 1, Petco Park, the Padres, and the Pittsburgh Pirates. Padres veteran shortstop Alexei Ramirez has enjoyed batting success against the Pirates. They need his bat to do some damage in the series, and Pittsburgh's all-star Andrew McCutchen on an extra base tear the last 5 games and has hit a home run in each of the last 2. As we welcome you to beautiful Petco Park, it's the first of a 3-game series. The Padres hosting the Pittsburgh Pirates, who are 7-6 on the new season. And good evening, everyone. With Mark Grant, Dick Enberg, we're pleased that you've joined us. A good sign with the Arizona series was some of the bats for the Padres coming to life. They need that desperately.
You need to strike some fear into the opposing pitchers with 1 through 4 in the lineup. I believe you've got your leadoff hitter that sets the table. How about batting second tonight, Wil Myers? Dick, when you look at these numbers, why do you think the numbers against the Diamondbacks? Pretty good numbers, huh?
Yeah, hitting 500. I even figured that out.
Well, he's using the big part of the field. He's going to right center field. He's going to center field. He's going to left center field. And that's when Wil Myers is at his best. Letting the ball travel a little bit, and if he hits the center, he hits it to center, but he's putting together good at-bats.
And how about Upton? Single, double, triple, and a home run. He hit for a weak cycle.
He is also staying in the strike zone, avoiding the strikeouts. The last 6 games, a .320 average. Why? Because he's swinging at strikes. That seems like such a simple concept, but yet when you stay within the strike zone and then swing at those bad pitches out of the zone, the pitchers are going to get a little bit nervous. They're not going to be as aggressive. Next thing you know, you draw a walk, you set it up for the next guy. Seems like right now it's ticking very, very well with Myers and Upton Jr.
Well, tonight we're focusing on baseball in Cuba and their influence and impression on Major League Baseball. Julie Alexandria will be chatting with and about Alexei Ramirez when we return. Cuba, baseball's final frontier.
Mentioned in the pregame show, we will be airing a very special documentary called Cuba, baseball's final frontier, next week. And for many of the Cuban-born Major League players, the bond that they share is incredibly deep, based on all of the hardships and struggles that they've had to endure and that country has. Alexei Ramirez had a chance to speak through interpreter David Longley about that bond.
Siempre estamos en comunicación, qué hacemos, qué problemas tenemos. En el off-season nos reunimos en Miami, donde sea, y que ahí compartimos. Creo que eso es la isla de Cuba, la traemos aquí a los Estados Unidos.
Yeah, I mean, it's really good. I'm really happy to have that relationship, to have that group of support of other players, and we're always in contact, we're always in communication, talking about the same problems we have, sharing things with each other, working out together in the off season in Miami. So it's really good that we're all here. It's almost like we've brought the island of Cuba here to the big leagues.
Don't miss it Monday, following Padres live post-game show on Fox Sports San Diego, Cuba, baseball's final frontier. When we come back, the Padres taking on the Pirates from Petco.
Swing and a miss, strike three. Oh my, how dramatic is that? So 25-year-old Colin Rea and the Padres take the field. First of a three-game series with the Pirates, and then three on the weekend with the St. Louis Cardinals. And here's a look at the Pirates starting lineup, brought to you by Hyundai. And this is a team that is leading the major leagues in on-base percentage. And look at all the 300 hitters. John Jaso, then the all-star Andrew McCutchen, David Freese, who was once drafted by the Padres, Starling Marte, 347, Cervelli the catcher, 342, Polanco at 302, Josh Harrison at 288, and Jordy Mercer down in the 8th spot at 227. Even Liriano's hitting 2 for 4 in this last game.
And the scouting report for the Padres and right-hander Colin Rea is brought to you by Anderson Plumbing, Heating, and Air. You know, repeat performance. He threw the ball extremely well last time out. Didn't get the win, but don't repeat that result. Hopefully a W. Remember, it's the first time that he has faced the Buccos, so they'll have a challenge if Colin Rea has got his good stuff tonight.
His last start indeed was in Philadelphia, went 7 innings, only 1 earned run and 5 hits allowed. As we check the Padres defense, brought to you by your San Diego County Ford dealers. Matt Kemp in right field with Jay in center and Upton in left. On the infield, Andy Rosales on that left side with Alexei Ramirez, with Spangenberg and Myers guarding the right side, and Derek Norris behind the plate for Colin Ray. Beautiful night here in San Diego. Very warm today. Temperature was in the mid-80s. 79 degrees at game time, and we're underway. The first pitch is in there for a strike. Jaso hitting .354. Born in Chula Vista. Was recruited and was offered a scholarship to play at the University of San Diego. But elected to sign a pro contract. Clint Hurdle, now in his 6th year as the head man in Pittsburgh. He's done a good job, this 58-year-old. He was the #1 draft pick himself back a few years in '75 by Kansas City. That pitch in there, 1-2.
Well, a couple of things for John Jaso, as Dick mentioned, Chula Vista, but the stance. Starting with an extreme open stance, and then he will close up. Looks like he could really bury a fastball. Colin Ray trying to stay away.
Ground ball left side into the shift. The only man there, Ramirez, and he takes care of the first out of the game. Well, let's look at the keys to the game, brought to you by your San Diego Honda dealers.
Well, here he comes, the all-star, Mr. Everything, Andrew McCutchen. One of the keys for the Padres is no cannonballs for McCutchen. Cannonball meaning leaving the yard for the Buccos. He has homered 2 straight games. Let's see if they keep him in the yard, what happens. And let Liriano walk the plank.
Oh, I get it. The cannonballs, the walk the plank. You're into that Bucco
Pirate
move, huh?
thing, yeah. So Liriano can get a little wild. So hopefully the Padre hitters can be patient against the veteran left-hander.
Yo ho ho in the bottle of rum.
There you go. Yeah.
There you go.
Hopefully he gets a little tipsy and gets an early exit from the ball game.
Andrew McCutchen. He's made a lot of pitchers tipsy. What a talented player he is, offensively and defensively. And the count goes 1-1. The shift on. Only Myers on the right side. As we welcome you to Petco Park, along with Mark Grant and Julie Alexandria. This Pirate team is a mighty interesting bunch. .94 on the fastball, too low.
Colin Ray is pretty basic, and the key for him is to stay on top of that base. See how the fingers are on top of the baseball and good follow through? Well, you can see him really pronate after releasing that base. That's just a natural reaction for the right arm or any pitcher's arm if you stay on top of the baseball. And I want to make the note, on the changeup for Colin Ray, he has to do just that. Not work underneath it and push it because it will be flat. So that's the thing to keep an eye on tonight.
He falls behind McCutchen, 3-1. McCutchen, a 5-time All-Star, and he's just 28. And he walks on 5 pitches. First base run of the game. As we check on the umpiring crew, Mark Carlson behind the plate with Ryan Blakeney, Quinn Wolcott, and the crew chief is Brian Gorman working at third. David Freese hitting .306, picked up as a free agent, a minor league free agent contract this spring when the Angels released him. Last year with the Halos hit .257 with 14 homers. No shift, infield looking for 2. Breaking ball misses, ball 1.
Patience is a virtue, right, Professor? Well, look at the Pittsburgh Pirates. The reason why they're playing the way they are and the way they're hitting, .295 leading all of Major League Baseball. Clint Hurdle's Pirates, .401. Just a little bit over 4 pitches per plate appearance. That's making the opposition work.
So you want to think about getting that first pitch in there for a strike.
Put them on the defensive. Now, this is also a Pirate team that really doesn't hit and run a lot. You know, Andrew McCutchen in the years past have stolen bases, but not so much last year. So still have to keep an eye on him.
And that's now 6 pitches out of the strike zone in the last 7 offerings. Yeah, McCutchen, the complete player, terrific defensive outfielder, great arm, speed, hitting prowess, and hits with power. And there he goes. Oh, what a break he got. That's not even going to be close. I mean, he was running when Ray still had the ball at his waist. And Norris made a terrific throw to make it somewhat close, but you can't give a man a running start. Look at him taking off.
And you know what he did, Dick? He picked a right one to steal because it was a big leg kick from Colin Ray. Diving towards the outfield part of the bag, and looked like Corey Spangenberg tried to block the bag there, but he got in safely. He'll pick his spots.
So man in scoring position, 2 balls and a strike the count on Freese, with cleanup hitter Starling Marte waiting on deck. In there at the letters, 2-2. That's McCutcheon's first stolen base of the season.
Yeah, the stolen bases for McCutcheon have kind of declined over the last 3 years. And let's face it, with the lineup these Pirates have had, hey, drive him in via the extra base hit or the home run. No need to try to get thrown out at second base.
Absolutely. Ground ball through the left side, and here comes McCutcheon on his way for the first run of the game, and it doesn't take the Buccos long to grab a 1-0 advantage as Freese drives in his second run of the season.
David Freese has been around the block, World Series hero with the Cardinals. Brings a little bit of veteran presence in that clubhouse in the lineup. We know he can play a decent third base, and he's right on that one. And that's a mistake that's going to get crushed. Even though it was a 2 or 3 hopper through the infield, that ball was hit pretty darn well. So Colin Ray's got to make an adjustment and live on those corners.
Starling Marte, the left fielder, 27-year-old from the Dominican Republic. He's hitting .347 way inside and leads the team with 8 runs batted in and in hits 17.
Well, a couple of things that the Padres need to do, and Dick, you know this as well as anybody, but fewer pitches in the first inning and try not to play catch up. So right now, Colin Ray, next pitch will be 16.
And he falls behind 2-0 to Marte.
And behind 1-0 early.
Yeah, the Buccos, when they score first, are 6-2. When their opponents get the first run, they're 1-4. They're on the board first tonight. Infield in double play position. Chop to third. Rosales lets it go right under his glove. And there goes Freese to third, and then to second base is Marte. As shortstop Ramirez has to go out into shallow left field to collect the ball, and the Padres, who played a lot of loose defense over the weekend against Arizona, come up with an error in the first inning tonight.
Looked like Adam Rosales got caught in between a little bit, and on a second look, no, he didn't. He came in with the intention of catching it on the short hop. Looked like that ball stayed down on him. Looked like that ball maybe hit the lip a little bit and then stayed down underneath the glove. You see him eyeing that lip of the grass.
So second and third occupied with only 1 out for Francisco Cervelli, the catcher. Andy Green, that's perplexing to the first-year manager that his team isn't playing better defense. He stressed that day after day in spring training. Cervelli off to a solid start, 342. Ooh, that one got him, and so the bases will be loaded. High and tight. Might have nicked him on the hand.
Wanted it in, wanted to bury it in. Got him on the forearm, it looks a little bit, and that'll prevent a guy from diving in that outside part of the plate. And even though Derek Norris was set up inside and he misses him, he hits him, that's what he wanted to do. He wanted to try to bury it inside.
So with the bases loaded, a run already in for the Pirates here in the first inning. 1 out, and Gregory Polanco, the right fielder, steps up. He's hitting only .302. Just to emphasize the terrific start is Darren Balsley out to try to settle the 25-year-old Ray. These Pirates as hitters are hitting .295, best in the National League. Their on-base percentage, .385, best in the National League. They're second in walks. They're first in hits. So you compare their team batting average 295 to the Padres 226, and you realize, at least this early in the season, the Pirates are a tough team to catch when you give them a lead.
And it's when you catch a team, and they're swinging the bats quite well right now. So it's going to be a challenge for Colin Ray to try to get out of this with just one run. Every team will go through their collective slump. Just right now, the Pirates are swinging collectively very, very well.
Well-placed ground ball. You get the double play, get out of this jam with only one run scoring.
And I think that's the intent. That's what was put in the mind from Darren Balsley, the pitching coach for the Padres, as you look at the bases full of Pirates. One pitch gets you out of this mess with just one run scored.
Polanco, his first full year in the majors last year. He hit 9 home runs and stole 27 bases. Pirates offense, they're right up there, the best in the National League. Hits and walks, on base percentage 385 as a team. 93 on that riding fastball in on the hands.
You know, for a young hitter, Gregory Polanco is a pretty selective hitter, and that goes along with the pitches seen, just over 4 pitches for at bat collectively for this Pirates team. Quick bat, strong kid.
Ground ball right side. Can they turn 2? There's one. Back to first base. A double play. Just what the doctor ordered for Colin Ray as Polanco bounces into a nicely turned 4-6-3 double play, and the Buccos settle for 1. Baseball brought to you by Jerome's Furniture, where Jerry's price is the lowest price every day. By Petco, your complete pet store. By Energy Upgrade California. It's easy to stay golden at energyupgradeca.org. And by Pinnacle on the Park. Make your new home here. Visit pinnacleonthepark.com for details. So the Pirates get 1, but dangerous first inning as they had the bases loaded, 1 out, but Polanco induced a hit into that inning-ending double play. And now Francisco Liriano takes the hill. The lineup for the Padres brought to you by Toyota, Jay, Myers, and Kemp. Then Upton, Ramirez, and Norris. Rosales hit 7th, Spangenberg 8th, and Colin Ray 9th. Jay, his average dipping down to 212 ever since that Phillies series. Had trouble buying some base hits. He was the Padre 300 hitter the first week of the season. Against Pittsburgh in his lifetime, lots of opportunities, 88 games, and he's hit .311. Liriano, he'll strike out a lot of hitters, but he'll walk a lot of men as well.
Got to be patient.
chopped up the middle and threw into center field for a base hit. So Jay gets the Padres started on the right foot here in the bottom of the first inning.
Just playing a little game of pepper, John Jay. Good hitting position, and like you said, Dick, when you're around the plate like Liriano, you're going to get some pitches to hit. Patience is the key, and I love the ground ball to the center fielder. Try to get that run back or two because the Padres dodged the bullet, but it was a great pitch by Colin Ray. That was the difference in that top half of the first.
Well, here's Will Myers, fresh from a terrific series against the Diamondbacks, 7 for 14, and raising his average up to 288. And as you pointed out in the pregame show, or as we began action tonight, he's used the entire field. His base hits have been from right center to left center.
And when I mentioned staying in the zone, offering at pitches that are legitimate strikes. Hey, if it's 2-0 count and he paints down and away, you're going to take that because you're not going to take your best swing on that pitch. You're not going to get a good result.
2-0. Liriano, now 32 years of age. He's reinvented himself a couple of times in his career. 2013, his first year with Pittsburgh, the National League Comeback Player of the Year when he won 16 games. Fouled, 2-1.
Time now for the Pirates scouting report. Veteran left-hander Francisco Liriano. It's brought to you by UC San Diego Health. Well, hopefully the Padre hitters can take some healthy hacks off of Liriano. Off speed and then some. He throws his changeup, turns over the fastball quite a bit, and he mixes in a slider. And walks can be a problem for the left-hander. So this will be a good test for the Padre hitters to see if they swing at strikes and let the balls go by.
Big hole right side. Amada shift on for Myers. And it's 3-1.
There's that hole you're talking about. Student body kind of left with the second baseman, Harrison, just hovering to the first base side of second base.
And holding on the runner at first is Jeso. So that gives an avenue for Myers to aim. 3-1. And he foul tips that one into the glove of Cervelli.
Will Myers talking to Mark Carlson. That last pitch, hey, was that a ball? Hitters will want to know if the last pitch they offered at was a strike or a ball so they can set it in their mind.
It was a strike, according to our Fox Tracks, brought to you by Honda. And he swings and misses. The first strikeout for Liriano. That'll bring up Matt Kemp.
What was the blueprint right there from Liriano? How about up and away with the heater and then the slider slash cutter down and in to Will Myers? That was a nice sequence of pitches by Liriano. Okay, now imagine a high fastball. Up and away, you get extended. Now you got to try to get that bat head out in front on the slider. Down and in. Good pitch.
Kemp, in his career against Pittsburgh in 56 games, hitting .303, but he's had little success against Liriano. 1 for 14. Again, big hole right side. Ball gets away and on to second, John Jay. Cervelli slowly after the ball, so Jay takes a bold turn and will hold.
Looked like he turned over a changeup on that last pitch, just a little bit too much. And that's exactly the mistake that the Padres need to take advantage of.
So Jay into scoring position on the wild pitch.
It looked like Cervelli tried to pick that one rather than getting in front of it. Advantage Padres on that one.
Chance to tie it up here in the first. On the inside corner, 92 on the fastball from Liriano.
You know, that Fox Tracks brought to you by Honda is pretty accurate, and Matt Kemp has a legitimate gripe because that ball was in as you take a look at the RBIs this season.
There's Arenado and Harper right at the top again. How about Trevor Story? Hit another home run in the victory for Colorado yesterday. He's got 8. Rookie for the Rockies. Fouled off the mask. And the Padres trying to enjoy the home cooking.
Yes.
They're 1-5 so far here at Petco. And hopefully they can start here against the Pirates. Games again on Wednesday and Thursday, and St. Louis here Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Line drive, but it's carrying to left field, and Polanco is able to make the catch. That ball carried well. It's a warm night. And Marte just did judge that one correctly.
Well, nothing you can do there, Matt Kemp. Keep swinging because he put a good swing on it, got some tops in. Look and get him on top of it. Watch it as it barrels over that baseball. Just not hit hard enough to be out of the reach of Marte.
Marte, a Gold Glove winner last year, and he played that one very well. Melvin Upton, Padres leading hitter at 289, and takes a strike. He too against Liriano has had trouble. Check that he is not. He's 8 for 24, hitting .333. It's Derek Norris who has been stymied by Liriano in the past games. Upton's bat in the last 10 games, also at .333 with 13 hits, earning him that cleanup spot tonight. 2-1.
You know, there are pitchers who give you uncomfortable at-bats. What I mean by that, to throw hard, they're all over the place. You don't know if one's going to be on the black or one's going to be in your ear hole, right? And then there's Liriano, who I kind of think gives you uncomfortable at-bats too, because he does so much. He adds, he subtracts, he goes up and away, he goes soft down and away, he cuts it inside. I mean, to me as a hitter, you can't get comfortable against him because he doesn't develop a pattern.
3-1. Well, last year, Liriano 112, lost 7 in 186 plus innings. He struck out 205. That was a career best for him, but he walked 70 batters. This year, he struck out 13 in 11 innings, but he's walked 9 batters. Yeah. You got to take advantage of that wildness.
Got to come up with the big hits when he gives you the free passes. That'll be a key for this whole series for San Diego, if in fact Liriano does give the free passes.
And ball 4. So there is one of those walks. 2 on, 2 out for Alexei Ramirez.
Follow Padres Baseball live with the MLB.com at-bat app. Stay up to the moment at any moment with game day, live game video, highlights, StatCast, news, and more. Download MLB.com at-bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone and tablet.
So of all the Padres in the lineup against Liriano tonight, the man stepping in the batter's box now, Alexei Ramirez, has had the most success, hitting .419 in his career against the left-hander with 5 RBIs, 13 for 31. So is this the right man in the right spot? Takes ball 1. Jay the tying run at second. Upton joins him at first base. They play Melvin Upton, or Ramirez rather, as a dead pull hitter. Center fielder McCutchen swung over into the gap in left center. They're the successful hitters against the veteran left-hander Liriano. Ramirez and Upton. Upton aboard on the walk. That ball popped up right field. Shallow for Polanco. Padres leave 2. Pirates lead 1-0.
First of all, I came to the United States looking for freedom. I didn't come to the United States to play baseball, to work baseball. I came with my wife and my son and a couple of friends from the neighborhood. And like any other Cuban, we came here first looking freedom and for freedom. And there's not a better place on the planet to find it than here in the United States.
That's Pirates bullpen coach Euclides Rojas, or Yuki as the players call him, regaling his incredible journey from Cuba to the U.S.
Thank you, Julie. Indeed, with a family and friends, a self-made boat slipping out at night out of the harbor in Havana. The motor was an old motor. It conked out on them almost immediately. They had to row their way to Key West. It took them 4.5 days to go 90 miles to freedom.
It's just, I mean, the stories are just heartbreaking. Something that we will never, ever have a grasp of. It's remarkable. It really is.
The bullpen coach and treasuring every moment of freedom here in the United States. Harrison goes down swinging. First strikeout for Ray. And our special, and folks, it's a terrific piece of television, special documentary. Cuba, baseball's final frontier, will be next Monday night, right after the Padres San Francisco Giants game. Next Monday night. This is Emmy Award-winning material. Jordy Mercer, 29-year-old from Taloga, Oklahoma. His high school class, a total of 7. And he goes on to Oklahoma State and as an All-America. So it doesn't matter how big or small the school is. If you got talent, they'll find you.
And those Cowpokes, the Cowboys have a nice program there at Oklahoma State.
They do. He was not only their top hitter at Oklahoma State, he has the career record in saves. They'd put him in the bullpen. Mercy, it's Mercer, you know. That's what they were crying, the opposition.
High strikes from umpire Mark Carlson behind the plate.
High fly ball hit pretty well, but Jay has room out there in deep center. 2 away. That'll bring up the pitcher, Francisco Liriano. Lifetime batting average coming into the season, Liriano, a meek 121, but this year he's 3 for 4 with a double and a couple of runs batted in. What's happened there?
I'll bet you a dime to donuts that he probably pulled some off-speed stuff. Probably got a count 2-0, 3-1, got a fastball, because he's a pretty darn good athlete.
Here's a strike. Well, you know, those donuts don't go as fast. Baseball, you know, because it's harder.
Right.
You get more velocity. But you throw that donut up there,
especially a glazed one.
Yeah.
There's the old slippery one. Forget about it.
Just catch it in your mouth, right? You love that stuff. And they only cost a dime.
Back in the day.
Oh.
Look at
that pretty well, slicing into the left field area, Upton to foul territory and can't quite reach in. And it had to run around the angle, and by the time he got to the barrier, the ball just into the first row.
Yeah, that's kind of a tough angle because you've got that section that darts out. There's the corner now. Melvin Upton Jr., he's got a feel for that, and then he just doesn't get over there in time. I mean, that's a long run, first of all. And for him to get around that angle right there, it's going to take some time.
So 1-2 to Liriano. Just inside.
Got to put him away right here. Get back in that dugout.
Foul tip. And that went off the mask of catcher Derek Norris.
Hey, did you ever take a right cross to the soup coolers from a boxer? That's exactly what it's like with, you know, he's got that cage, he's wearing that mask, but that'll wake you up. That'll rattle your feelings there. That'll knock you back on your heels.
He's taken more than his shares, Norris. Punch foul by Liriano.
Hey, listen to this. Thank goodness he's got that beard to kind of pat on the chin a little bit.
I think that's why he lets it grow. That gives him a little more protection. Swing and a miss, and a couple of strikeouts for Colin Ray as he retires the Pirates in order. Bottom of the second, we go 1-0. And that's Bryce Harper, his second grand slam in the young season. Get this, the Nationals hit 4 home runs in the 7th inning, and capped, of course, by the Grandmaster from Harper as they shut out Miami 7-0.
Hey, everybody's got the social sparklers. They've got their friends. They've got their wives, girlfriends, or both, and they're enjoying a big league ball game here tonight at Petco Park. Great atmosphere tonight. Hey, a pretty good team, and you got to love that. Oh, the fish tacos, really?
It's Taco Tuesday. Come on now.
Believe it. Dig in.
Yeah, fans taking advantage of those delicious tacos every Tuesday at $1 a piece. Bottom of the second, 1-0 Pittsburgh. Derek Norris, then Adam Rosales and Corey Spangenberg for San Diego. As we mentioned, Norris has had trouble figuring out the stuff of Liriano. 1 for 13, and he struck out 6 times in those 13 at bats. Slow start for Norris. 6 for 40. And he's the kind of hitter that he's going to get base hits in bunches. Not this time, as the ground ball deep to third. Freese takes care of the first out here in the second.
Tell you what, Derek Norris picking him up and putting him down that first. They only got him by like maybe a half step, 3/4 of a step.
No, he never shortchanges himself in the hustle department.
No, he goes hard. Watch when the ball hits the glove, 1 full stride, getting down that line nicely. For a catcher, hey, I'll take that from Derek Norris, you bet.
Third baseman Adam Rosales had only 19 at bats so far with 3 base hits. Looks at a 92-mile-an-hour miss. A couple of RBIs for the former Western Michigan Bronco. 2-0. As he misses low, although that might have caught the knees.
Big time Padre fan there, future big leaguer, hoping for some points early on from the Padres. Hey, one other note on Liriano, he's got just enough funky delivery to deceive the hitters a little bit as well.
4-pitch walk, and Rosales runs to first. Second walk from Liriano. Spangenberg, the batter.
And what I mean by funky is when the left arm comes down, okay, he kind of tucks it behind his body, and he's so quick from his backside up in front there that it seems like the ball is quickly out of the hand, and the next thing you know, it's up on top of you. He's going to average about 92 on the heater. So a little deception mixed in there for Liriano.
Spangenberg has made his hits count. 8 runs batted in.
Now, Liriano does not have the textbook move. He doesn't have the Clayton Richard, the Jimmy Key, as I go back, type of move.
Five straight out of the strike zone. We've seen Liriano enough in his 3 years in Pittsburgh that you would think his record is better against the Padres. It is not. He's 1-2. 6 in a row. But as he has aged like a fine bottle of Cabernet or Bordeaux, he's smoothed out his game.
And hopefully this is the right moment for the Padre hitters to take advantage of the wildness, miss something in the zone, and maybe first and third action here.
That's a strike. 2-1.
Another look at the delivery. See how he kind of short arms it? It's still behind him, and then it's just above his cap, but it's so quick from there to the hitter. It gets up on you quickly.
Smothered foul. Yeah, the Pirates start tonight 7-6. They're tied with St. Louis with that record. The Cubs off to their best start in 47 seasons. Chicago Cubs are 10-3, jumping out to an early 3-game advantage over the Bucks and the Cardinals.
And when you look at the standings and the NL Central, I want to make a point after this pitch here.
Outside, full count.
Hey, Clint Hurdle and the Pirates, their #1 concern this year is to win the Central. Why? No more of this one and done stuff. 3 years in a row. Wild card, hey, you lose, you go home, you win, you advance. Not for the Buccos. They want to win that division so they get in the 5-game series, 7-game series, and go into the playoffs deep.
Yep, they finished second the last 3 years and lost in the wild card game each time. And ball 4. Spangenberg follows Rosales' walk. A couple of free tickets here in the second. That gets Colin Ray up there with a chance to bunt them into scoring position. 1-0 Pittsburgh. Ray 1 for 4 this year, and manager Andy Green thinks enough of Ray's talent with the bat that he used him over the weekend as a pinch hitter.
Yep. Well, so many things Colin Ray can do here as they have a little powwow on the mound with Cervelli and Freese and Liriano. As you take a look at the defense, yeah, sure, they're going to anticipate the bunt down the third base line, but remember the Butcher Boy, you can pull back, go to swinging. Boy, the outfield on the right side really playing shallow.
This early in the game, there is that temptation to show bunt and then pull that bat back and Butcher Boy. Later in the game, then the sacrifice is the obvious. He takes ball 1. Padres have only a couple of sacrifice bunts. And Marista, and that delivered a suicide squeeze bunt or a safety squeeze for an RBI, and Ray has the other sacrifice bunt and takes again, but it's 1-1. Yeah, plate umpire Carlson said he offered 1-1.
Tell you what, you put one in the gap, right center field. Look at that. Look at how shallow and towards the line Polanco is.
Bunts that foul, 1-2.
I mean, you know, it'll be interesting to see what happens here if they still put the bunt on or have him swing. But if he squares one up right field, he could send one all the way to the wall.
Well, Polanco is ridiculously shallow. Might be swinging now.
Hey, that's not a bad play. Sometimes runners will get a little froggy, right? Pitcher isn't paying attention to him because they're worried about getting the hitter out, and it's the perfect time to put that play on.
Good eye. He takes ball 2, 2-2. So Norris grinds out to the third baseman Freeze, and then Rosales and Spangenberg walk. Liriano struggling with his control at 2-2 to Ray. And he bunts foul, strike 3. Second strikeout for Liriano in tonight's game. We remind you, presented by Sony, the leader of 4K Ultra HD. Top of the order, John Jay has the Padres' only hit. Moved to second on a wild pitch. Padres couldn't take advantage in the first inning. Chance to tie it up or better, with Rosales leading from second. Spangenberg, excellent speed at first base. Double could score them both.
Exactly. And Dick, why that hurts, not getting that sac bunt down, is just because of the wildness of Liriano. Hey, he bounces one with second and third. That's a run, and another runner on third base. But Colin Ray did not get the sacrifice down. Now flips the lineup over for John Jay.
Fouled at the plate. As you follow Fox Tracks tonight with Liriano, you aren't going to see many pitches in the heart of the plate. No. He's just going to paint the corners.
He really avoids it right here, doesn't he, Dick? That little area, that box, doesn't he? He stays on the corners quite nicely.
1 ball, 1 strike. 1-2 on the 40th pitch of the night from the veteran Liriano. A lot of pitches for 2 innings.
Oh yeah, he'll create some deep counts as well.
Levels the count again, 2-2. Atlanta defeated the Dodgers tonight 8-1 down in Dixie. Cincinnati edges Colorado 4-3. Colorado leading the NL West along with the Dodgers at the start. Chop toward first. That's a very tough play. Is anyone covering? No. Bases are loaded again. Jay with his second hit. Swinging bunt.
Just putting the ball in play and taking your chances. Now Liriano, the left-hander, he's got his momentum going towards third base. John Jaso is going for the baseball. Now, even if he catches it there and there's somebody at the bag, I mean, it would have been tight. But I'm thinking that the second baseman, Harrison, might have curled around and covered first base. Not the case, as two of the Pirates infielders were out of the plate. Nobody covering right there.
So Ray Suric, the pitching coach, out to talk to the battery of Liriano and Cervelli. Bases loaded. Rosales the tying run at third. Spangenberg at second. Jay at first with the infield hit. Will Myers with a chance to do some serious damage. He struck out with a runner in scoring position back in the first inning.
That's a perfect in-betweener, that chopper down the first base line, and it works to the advantage of the Padres.
You could have taken it in your hand and tossed it in the air and been more effective. Padre over every pillow here in the bottom of the second. On the corner. Change up.
Hey, good pitch for a veteran guy who is throwing to a guy who's swinging a hot bat right now. He's looking for the fastball. He's geared for the fastball. So Liriano goes to his secondary stuff and gets ahead with the changeup.
0-2. Just paints the corner again. That gets into the head of the hitter.
Protection mode right here, Will Myers. Fight something off.
And he strikes out on 3 pitches. So a tough start tonight for Myers. Up twice with a chance to do damage. He's punched out on both occasions.
MLB is in full swing, and Thursday, Miguel Cabrera and the Tigers take on division rival and reigning World Series champion Kansas City Royals at 3:30 p.m. Pacific in a game you can only see on FS1 or watch it live on Fox Sports Go.
So, top of the third inning we go. And top of the order, John Jaso, riding an 8-game hitting streak coming into San Diego for the series. McCutchen and Freese to follow. Rolled right to Myers. Or did that ball hit Jaso? He didn't try to run to first base, acting as though that ball went off his foot, but plate umpire Mark Carlson not buying it. And he's a goner.
Let's take a look. Oh, I love that. Slow-mo. This will give us a good look. You know, it did hit the top of his foot, I think.
No, I think it hit right near it. And
really?
It felt, you know, just the concussion of the ball hitting the ground in front of his foot might have felt like it hit him.
I thought I saw that front of the shoe give a little bit.
Yeah, it's an interesting chance to look at that a second time. And
hey, you know what that is? A hang with him.
Here from this angle. It's hard to see at the bottom of our screen there. But Jaso is out. First baseman unassisted. Here's McCutchen. Walked and stole a base. Scored the only run of the game in the first inning. Rolled up the middle. He beats the shift. McCutchen on base both at bats. That's the second Pirate hit.
Talk about getting on top of a baseball and chopping and hitting the ball to the right side. Well, we've seen many types of swings from Andrew McCutchen. Check this one out. High fastball. Look at the barrel of the bat. Hit that ball and roll it over. Beating the shift.
So 1-out single brings up David Freese. He singled up the middle to drive in the Pirate run in the first inning. And a strike on the outside. Padres 10 years ago drafted this man in the 9th round and was traded to St. Louis. Fans with a good memory might remember the player the Padres acquired in that deal. Short-lived career here in San Diego.
I knew you were going to spring that one on me. And I should know this.
Didn't work out for the Padres, and it's
Jimmy Edmonds.
Jimmy Edmonds is correct.
Ah.
Yes. Of course, Edmonds only here a month or so.
Right.
And Freese had a couple of really productive years with the Redbirds.
Oh yeah, postseason hero for St. Louis. Big home run, extra innings.
Ball and a strike. McCutchen at first with a base hit. Pirates with the early lead, 1-0.
Hey, see how Andrew McCutchen watched himself, Will Myers throwing that ball back to the pitcher? Hey, some guys will get lazy and just the first baseman will fake a throw, hold on to it. You're off the bag, they tag you for the out.
Ooh, that was dangerously close to his chin.
Well, he was diving. I don't know if he was driving to the outside part of the plate, but
that's a second batter hit tonight.
That might have been off his helmet, huh?
Cervelli was brushed on the forearm. This one, boy,
off the bill of his cap.
Wow, he stepped right into it.
Watch the bill of his cap. Just grazed it.
Fortunately.
Wow.
That'll give you nightmares tonight when you think about the fact I was diving, I wasn't able to turn my back to the pitch and stepped right into it. Well, the Pirates can be a bit unfriendly themselves when it comes to hitting batters, and sadly we may see retaliation. Meanwhile, Starling Marte, he was safe on Rosales' error back in the first inning.
That whole body language for David Freese when he got clipped on the bill, the whole body language in the box was just weird to me. Because I don't know whether he was guessing something off speed or anticipated something off speed.
Like he didn't see the ball.
Exactly.
we're talking about 6 inches away from serious facial injury. So good fortune for Freese and all of us that he's okay. 1 ball, 1 strike to Marte, the cleanup man. Back to the mound. Ray will get 1 there, and that'll be it. Safe on the fielder's choice is Marte as McCutchen moves to third. So 2 on at the corners, 2 out, and Francisco Cervelli the batter.
Say it so many times, pitchers have to throw quality strikes to the plate. That was a quality strike to second base for the force out.
Do you like the Pittsburgh colors, black and gold? They're unique.
I think it's a great tradition. I really like that jersey. I love the P. The Keystone State.
You know, it wasn't always black and gold.
It used to be red and blue.
Red, white, and blue.
Yeah, back in the old days.
And on this day, in April 19th, 1948, they switched to black and gold, the colors of the Pittsburgh city of Pittsburgh flag. Runner goes, the throw to second base. Not in time. Oh, that was close. Spangenberg applying the tag. And another stolen base for the Pirates, their second tonight.
Good slide by Marte, because this is a good old-fashioned pop-up slide. Derek Norris, where's this throw? It's right over the bag. Does he? That was close. Let's take a look.
Holds, that's, yeah, he's in there.
He whiffed him.
The 5th steal for Marte. He's up right at the top in the National League early in steals. Cervelli was hit by a pitch his first time. Well, true to form, lots of base traffic tonight for the Pirates. Ooh, halfway to home plate, and the pitch is.
Is it a balk?
Yep. First base umpire has called a balk. Ryan Blackney.
You know what?
As McCutchen came sprinting down the line, because with a shift on, he could come halfway to home plate without any fear of being picked off at third. And it upset the rhythm of Colin Ray.
You know what? I don't think that's a balk, because he continued with his delivery. He didn't stop.
Yeah.
Watch. Sure, he speeds it up. Okay, he starts, right? That's not a balk. That is not a balk. That is not a balk.
So Brian Gorman, the crew chief, is talking with Carlson. Now the other 2 umpires come in to huddle up, and we'll see whether or not they concur on the call.
He started his delivery. He continued. Sure, he sped up, but he continued to throw the ball towards home plate. I've got no balk. Okay, starts, right? Continues to go. Oh, you know what? His foot. I just noticed his back foot. It came off the rubber, then it is still in contact with the rubber. Did you see that, Dick? That little hop?
From that angle, yeah. There was a little hitch in the giddy up there. But the fact that Clint Hurdle's come out may be a good sign for the Padres. Maybe they're going to change their mind about the call.
See, this is one of those rules where his foot is in contact with the rubber. It looked like he came up, kind of maybe hopped on the rubber, and then made the throw towards the plate after hopping. Focus on his foot right there. Now watch. See how he kind of hops a little bit? He loses contact with the rubber. You know what? I don't think it's a balk.
Well, apparently it isn't, because they've brought McCutchen out of the dugout and positioned him back at third base. So can you, as a pitcher, during your windup, raise your foot off the rubber and replant it?
We don't suggest trying that at home.
It'd be dangerous, yeah.
But, and this is going to continue.
Hurdle. He's going to have a second thought here. Now Hurdle, he'll be right up among the league leaders this year. Managers getting ejected. He's second to Bruce Bochy of the active managers. Bochy's been given the heave-ho 68 times and hurdle 50 times in his career. This is not a reviewable or a place where a manager can challenge the call, so they can't go to the replay in New York. And it's not going to make Hurdle any happier. He's going to make his point and continue to make his point until he gets tossed or gets his way. Now going to have another. They're going to huddle again. Huddle for Hurdle. The new series here on Fox Sports San Diego. Tune in tomorrow. We'll have the second edition of Huddle with Hurdle. Or without Hurdle in this case. He can work on that gum, masticate with the best of them. Now they're going to have Andy Green come out and explain. Now maybe they're going to take a U-turn again as McCutchen walks down from third, just in case he's going to touch home plate. Pete Mackanin, the manager at Philadelphia, and Andy Green are the only managers, and of course that's because their tenure has just begun, that have not been thrown out of a major league game. Hurdle in a confident pose at the moment, as if he might have won the argument. He's gone.
Good for Andy Green. Get your money's worth. They call a balk and then they rescind it, and then now they call it a balk again.
There's the other side of the normally placid, calm, articulate Green. And Mark McGwire wants to make sure he doesn't get into any physical contact and lose his manager. So McGwire, the bench coach, will take over the team as Green is dismissed. Awful, he said. Love to see the fight. And we've heard that there is that element in his personality, and good for all of us to see it in action. So it's 2-0. It is a balk, and that also positions Marte over at third. Cervelli hit by a pitch the first time. 1-1. So Mark McGwire for the first time as a Padre is in charge of the ball club. Fly ball to right, routine, Kemp. But the inning hardly routine. The umpires couldn't make up their mind, and when they did, Pittsburgh gets a second run. The little hop off the rubber costs Colin Ray and the Padres and their manager, Andy Green. It's 2-0. Pirates on the balk, but you got to credit McCutchen for charging down the line, and he was so far toward home plate that it did unnerve Ray. Had to change his windup, and it cost the Padres a run on the balk. Clint Hurdle wins that argument.
Well, the rule states that the pitcher removes his pivot foot from the contact of the pitcher's plate, which is the rubber, by stepping backward. He did not do that. Here's McCutchen disrupting Colin Ray. He stayed in contact after the hop. I think that's the rule in question that they're trying to discuss and find out. Because when a pitcher steps back, he now becomes a fielder. That wasn't the case there. He stayed in contact with the rubber after the hop.
And originally called a balk and then reversed and then changed of mind, went back toward Pittsburgh's way, and Andy Green ejected in the argument. 1-1 to Matt Kemp. Kemp, Upton, and Ramirez in the third. The Padres have had 5 men stranded in the first 2 innings. They left 2 in the first and the bases loaded in the second. 1-2. That ball just nipping the corner in the eyes of Mark Carlson. Chop to third. Oh, good barehanded play by Freese. That's a big league play from third. You got to charge and be able to handle the ball without the glove and make the throw for the out.
And that ball kind of checked up on it as well, and Freese had to make an adjustment on this. There's the big hop, and then the second hop kind of checks up to the right. See how Freese has to adjust and extend more to his right to barehand it and make the good throw. That's when you can practice. And it pays off there.
Melvin Upton walked his first time. Padres have received 3 walks from Liriano. A couple of hits both by John Jay. 2 strikeouts for the left-hander. Two balls and a strike. Just off the plate. Induced a swing by Upton. 2-2. And a full count. Shift on. Only Jazo on the right side to protect. Second baseman Harrison over on the shortstop side. And ball 4. Upton walks for the second time. That's 4 free passes from Liriano. Brings the tying run to the plate. Alexei Ramirez fly to right.
Passing it on to the next guy, that being Ramirez, and Melvin Upton Jr. seeing the ball extremely well, laying off. He's not going to bite at those pitches.
Well, that's Liriano's success. He works the corner so much, then if he thinks he can get you to go after a pitch a ball wide or inside, and a lot of hitters do. Testimony, the 200+ strikeouts last year. Inside, Ramirez flied to right field with 2 on in the first inning to end the inning. So there you have it, a walk per inning so far this year for Liriano. And also more than a strikeout per inning.
Dick, you mentioned it earlier how, the last couple of years, these Pirate pitchers, they like to throw inside, right? And I remember reading an article about Clint Hurdle, and reporters bringing it to his attention. He said, yeah, we have to throw inside to be successful, right? A lot of teams do. And on the flip side, we're going to have to accept if teams start throwing inside to us, right? And that's what we've seen tonight, which you have to do.
Colin Ray hitting 2 batters. And that pitch misses away, and it's 3-0 to Ramirez with Derek Norris ready to swing the stick. And due to make big-time contact. Ray allowing just 2 base hits, both singles. Runner goes. And the throw to second base, not in time. And Upton, who leads the Padres in stolen bases, has his 4th of the year.
With the left-hander, it's do or die. As soon as that right foot comes up, you are off and running. Not even close. Love the pop-up slide. Stay on that bag, stay on the bag. And he does.
Isn't that amazing? The Padres, you wouldn't think it, are tied with the Astros behind the Yankees. They're the National League leader in stolen bases with 11.
Now they got to come up with that big hit to make that stolen base pay off.
Fans chanting balk as Liriano stepped off the rubber. That's just a voice of protest for what happened earlier. Off speed. There's a pitch that was on the plate. 3-2. Nice for the Padres to get that run back here in the 3rd. Ball 4, almost to the screen. Cervelli had to leap up to backhand it. 5 walks from Liriano. That puts the tying run on. And brings up Norris.
Make it hurt. Make it hurt.
Liriano's career high in walks, 7. Did that a couple of times. 5 already with 1 out in the 3rd. But he doesn't give in. He'd rather be wild around the corners than throw one in the heart of the plate. Maybe he'll make that mistake to Norris.
Dick, I found it. Rule 8.01A on the balk. The pitcher shall stand facing the batter, his pivot foot in contact with the pitcher's plate and the other foot free. That's what Colin rated from the windup. From this position, any natural movement associated with this delivery of the ball to the batter commits him to pitch without interruption or alteration. He shall not raise either foot from the ground except that in his actual delivery of the ball to the batter, which is his natural delivery. He may take 1 step backward, 1 step forward with his free foot. So according to the rules, this foot right here is not part of his natural delivery. He did not stay in contact with the rubber. So according to what I just read in the rule book, that is in fact a balk, unless I'm reading it wrong.
No, I think that's very good. That's that little hop cost the Padres a run and a manager. And this umpiring crew apparently got it right. I think the confusion was that they got it wrong and then they got it right. High pop-up, he just missed that. Behind short, Mercer backpedals, calls in front of Marte. Second out, the infield fly rule was in effect. And with 2 away, here's Rosales. He walked his only at bat. .64 pitches. Padres struggled runners in scoring position over the weekend against Arizona. They were 4 for 26. They're already 1 for 6 tonight. You need somebody to come through with a money hit. 66 pitches.
Yeah, and the ratio even. Oof.
2-1.
Handful of pitches been called off the plate inside. And if you're a pitcher and you can command that pitch, why not go back in there?
Rolled foul.
Or one little mistake. We talk about pitchers being wild out of the zone. How about wild in the zone? Something Adam Rosales can split a gap with.
Upton and Ramirez aboard as Rosales takes strike 3, and the Padres have stranded 7 runners in the first 3 innings and trail 2-0. Brought to you by Geico. Back in spring training, March 22nd, the Tampa Bay Rays traveled to Cuba to take on the Cuban national team. It was the first visit by a major league club to the island since 1999, and the Rays would win it 4-1 against the Cuban Nationals. And a reminder that that beautiful documentary, Cuba, Baseball's Final Frontier, will appear next Monday after the telecast here on Fox Sports San Diego of the Padres at San Francisco. Top of the 4th, 2-0 Pirates. Polanco, Harrison, and Mercer to bat against Colin Ray. One of the moments in our visit to Cuba a year ago that was a standout experience was,
I wish I could have gone with you, Professor.
You bet. The home of Ernest Hemingway has been preserved. A very beautiful, where he did his writing, in fact, where he wrote Old Man in the Sea. And we approached there, and it's in an area that isn't the nicest area, and all of a sudden here's this very nice residence of Hemingway. And in the front yard, what was there? A baseball diamond.
Really?
He loved baseball, and it wasn't a full blown one, but where kids would play, there were little patches where the bases were. Even Hemingway caught up in the baseball love. Line drive, base hit, Polanco to center field. Let's go down to Julie. J.A., what do you have for us?
Well, guys, you hear stories of Cuban players just making do with whatever found objects they can in place of baseball equipment. And when it comes to shortstop Alexi Ramirez, his first glove was a cardboard stenciled cutout of his hand. And on the opposite side was a flat piece of wood. And that was tied together with rope. And can you imagine fielding a ball, much less catching one? It took 2 hands. The story was told to me by Eddie Rodriguez. He's one of the coaches here with the Padres, and he translated the story. But just incredible, these guys making do with what they have.
Yeah, that's and they practiced, as is the case in many of the Caribbean nations, on infields that had rocks, and the bad hop was expected. You had to learn to play the game with bad hops as part of it. You can imagine coming up to the big leagues and what a difference it is. And of course, the money's made by players in Cuba that were $30 a month, and then to come up in millions would be thrown at their talent. I really believe down deep that the loss of the Cuban baseball players from their country to the major leagues has been in part an inspiration for Cuba to start thinking differently about opening up their country. I mean, you think about it, if some of that, like in Japan, you want to go get a player there, what do you pay that fee just to negotiate $50 million or whatever it is? Well, there's a lot of money that could come back to Cuba and help them just through their baseball programs. And maybe it's an exaggeration on my part, but I think it is an influence. Now, the communist basis for that country is going to hold firm, but even in our visit there, you could tell the people that we talked to, many of them said, it won't be long. It's going to change. It won't be long. We have hope that we're going to be free again.
Did you get the sense, Dick, when you were down there, that was the attitude of the majority of the Cuban people down there? I mean, what was their attitude like? Just like that? Was it happy-go-lucky? Were they trying to make the best of the situation?
Yeah, there were 2 sides to that. I mean, there's a lot of poverty and a lot of homes that are, it's hard to call that a home. And I think very much like what happened in the communist countries in Europe, that the older guard, runner goes and the throw is high and another steal. That's the third is Polanco into second base. That they are accustomed to being paid their allowance, $30. They get their food stamps, they get their medical and education, and they're concerned about a change. They don't know what to do now. The government's taken care of them all this time. But the young people, I mean, they're dressing in a modern style. There's enough television. They can see CNN. They can see what the rest of the world is all about. And taking strike 3 is Josh Harrison. 1 away. Second time he struck out. In 1957, all the automobiles, and they're the taxis, a lot of 57 cars, and how they were able to refurbish these cars, where they got the materials, the paint. Here's the beautiful scene. You notice how many boats there are out there? Not a single boat, because it couldn't dare have any little boats out there. Someone might paddle away. But that, then you see the potential beauty, and then you see almost the slum-like conditions. It was a fascinating experience, and even as we left then, the feeling of our group was that, I think the walls are going to come down, and there's the new generations want that to happen, and the government has loosened its reins, just as is the case in other communist countries, and the young population is going to want to run, not to be choked back. It'll be interesting. So 3 strikeouts for Ray. Mercer fly to center his first time. 2-0 Pirates.
At the 60 pitch mark for Colin Ray. Still only trailing by 2. Trying to keep the ball away from Mercer.
And a ground ball through the open right side. Polanco around third. Here's a throw by Kemp. It is not in time. Fans is unhappy again. What a throw by Kemp on the fly, all the way to the catcher Norris. And Polanco with excellent speed. The judgment of Carlson sliding under the tag. We'll see if Mark McGwire wants to challenge the call. McGwire, the acting manager.
Ooh. That's close. That is close. And you know what? Derek Norris did everything he could to create and keep that lane for the runner. Let's take a look. Does he get him on the left hip before his foot hits the plate?
Well, I think you got to challenge that. That certainly,
yeah, I think so too.
Looks like he might have gotten him, and of course it has been challenged, and the review underway. Great throw by right fielder Kemp.
Yeah, it was, and everything Derek Norris did, because he's got a lot going on in his mind. I can't block the lane. I can't be in the baseline. But yet, okay, this throw is up a little bit. I've got to jump. Where am I going to land? Am I going to get busted for blocking the lane? Right there.
I think he's out.
I think he's out too, Dick. I think you're right. I think he gets him on the left hip before his left foot hits the plate.
And his foot was a bit up. That lead foot often, as you're making that slide, isn't tight to the ground. Oh, it's going to be tough.
That's close, yeah.
Got to be enough to overturn, and the clear evidence that the call was in error. This crowd is going to be very unhappy if it isn't reversed. And as you pointed out, and it's certainly the case, the longer it takes, the chances are lessened that they'll reverse the call.
You've got one set of eyes as an umpire to try to concentrate on the tag and the foot. Okay, he hasn't tagged him yet. Looks like, oh gosh, that's, man.
Mark Carlson had his nose right on the play. He had perfect position, and he's right there. And he thought about it a while before waving it safe. Here comes the call. Out.
Nice job, Mark McGwire. Nice challenge. And kudos to the Padres scouts on the Hawkeye in the Clujao. Coming up with that. A nice play all the way around Matt Kemp and Derek Norris.
So 2 outs. Mercer with a single goes to second on the play at the plate. But a big out eliminated. So it remains 2-0 and Liriano the batter.
That is a huge play for San Diego. It goes without saying.
Oh, line drive. Liriano continues to hit. He's going to get the run home as he drives one to left center. It's 3-0 as Mercer checks in. What's happened to Liriano? He's 4 for 6 with 3 RBIs this year.
And as a pitcher, you know who's swinging the bat well. And Liriano just getting that bat head out in front, getting jammed a little bit. And taking that ball the other way.
Third hit in the inning, all singles. Polanco, Mercer, and now Liriano helping himself. Leadoff hitter John Jaso has grounded out both at bats. Pitch count climbing for Colin Ray, 64. Two and one.
I like how Colin is trying to pound the fastball in to both righties and lefties.
Three balls and a strike. Okay, so that's as exaggerated an open stance as you'll ever see. He has both his left foot and his right foot on the back line of the batter's box before the pitch is made. Starts in that position Now moves that one back. Look at that. And fouls it away. Liriano will be off with the pitch.
Yeah, as long as one of your or both of your feet are touching that white line, you are A-OK, even though the heel is out of the box.
Line drive, that's going to fall into right center field. Liriano around second to third as Jay comes up with it. A long single for John Jaso. That's the fourth hit in the inning. Chases Liriano over to third. Fortunate for the Padres, it was Liriano on base. A speedy runner might have been able to score on that ball.
So John Jaso hitting one to John Jay in center field.
A couple of Jay squirts. Pitching coach Balsley out to talk with Colin Ray. The Pirates now with runs in the first, third, and fourth. 3 runs on 6 hits.
Well, I think one of the things he may be telling him right now is essentially there is a base open, that being second base. Now, we know that Andrew McCutchen, especially the last time up, he got on top of that high pitch and sent it to the right side of the bag as Luis Perdomo heats up for the Padres. How to go about pitching him? If in fact he doesn't give him much to hit, David Freese waits on deck, and we'll see if then Luis Perdomo enters the game.
McCutchen up twice, has scored twice, a walk and a single, and takes the breaking ball.
Where did that miss?
Wide, according to Carlson. Our Fox Tracks had that biting the corner.
Good pitch.
It's a pitch that Liriano's been getting whenever he can throw it near the strike zone. He's walked 5. 1-1, the changeup.
Maybe a fastball in right here.
Tied him up a bit. It was in.
Hey, good sequence from Colin Ray. Bang, bang, down and away. Sneak the heater in.
This 5-time All-Star and the National League Most Valuable Player 3 years ago, Andrew McCutchen. Runners at first and third, 2 outs.
Here comes the cambio. Change up.
Out in front.
Staying on the corners. Nice.
2-2. A little wide.
Yeah, it is off the plate, but that's exactly where he wants to be. Well, last season, 23 home runs. Where does he like it? Right down the middle. Excuse me, right down the middle. You can get him up and away, up. He'll chase, down and away. No home runs last year.
He's homered in each of the last 2 games against Milwaukee. Struck him out. But on 4 singles, the Pirates get a run, and thanks to Matt Kemp's arm, that's all they get. Padres baseball brought to you by Sequan Casino. Sign up for the new Padres club card today. By Jack in the Box. Taste the bacon-licious sourdough bacon ranch combo. And by SeaWorld. Enter tonight's keyword Padres on the Ways to Win page at foxsportssandiego.com. Padre fans enjoying the action out in the San Diego beach area.
That's a great area out there, isn't it? And then, of course, the Western Metal Supply Company building. Always a good place to hang out with your buds.
Spanchenberg trying to drag it, and he's going to get a base hit. Watch out, though, diving into that first base bag. He has the hit as Liriano unable to come up with it cleanly, had to dive for it, and Spanchenberg's speed gets him safely to first.
Hey, pretty athletic play by Liriano, the left-hander, falling off toward the third base side. Okay, now the race is on. The bare hand flip, and I cringe every time I see a runner dive head first into first base because the old fingers, the wrist, the elbow.
Fortunate that Jaso was able to get to that ball, too. That could have gone down the right field line. Third hit for the Padres. Two of them infield hits. And here's Ray, who failed to move runners up the last time with a chance to get runners at second and third. It cost the Padres a run. Ball one. 3-0 for the visitors from Pittsburgh. Foul ball. Padres won just 2 of 7 against the Pirates last year. Both wins were here. 2-2 record, and they were 0-3 at PNC Park, Pittsburgh. Mark McGuire for the ejected Andy Green.
Uh-oh. We got a trainer going out looking at Corey Spanchenberg.
Yeah, just what you had feared, that something bad might happen when you go diving into that bag.
And it could be something else. We don't know. Don't want to speculate there, but the head first slide always the recipe for some type of injury.
And sadly, he would have been safe had he run it out. He didn't need to dive. And often you can get that hand caught under the bag and injuries will occur. That left hand, see, does that get caught in the corner of the bag?
Just have to wait and see.
And Marista will be the pinch runner. Alexi takes over with no one out here in the fourth. Will go in to play second base. Good bunt, really good. And they get him by a step and a half as Amarista moves into scoring position. So if you're just joining us in the third inning, some turmoil. Andrew McCutchen comes sprinting down from third, and Colin Ray, trying to hurry his throw, takes that little hop off the rubber. It's ruled a balk and then reversed as the umpires gathered together to discuss it. They reversed. Then Clint Hurdle came out to argue, and they changed their mind. They went back to the balk call, and McCutchen scored, and Andy Green blew a fuse. And he, for the first time in the big leagues, was given the heave-ho.
I like what I saw in Andy Green, quite frankly.
I did too.
I like the fire. I like it a lot.
Clay, you've been in that position. I'm sure you never balked. What did you think?
I think he balked. You know, the rule states that you can't alter your delivery. And he clearly on that pitch, and we all know how Ray pitches, he changed his delivery right there. Now, I think if he would have kept his foot on the ground and maybe just almost made it look like a quick pitch, I think he could have got away with it.
So here in the fourth inning, the Padres trying to get on the board, trailing 3-0, and John Jay with a couple of hits, a single up the middle and an infield hit on a swinging bunt. As a man in scoring position, Alexi Amarista. Padres left 2 men aboard in the first, bases loaded in the second, 2 more were left in the third. They're 1 for 7 Runners in scoring position tonight. Right side, Harrison there, throw out Jay. 2 away, Amarista to third. And Will Myers the batter. Myers a rough night. He's been up twice with men in scoring position. Man at second in the first inning struck out swinging, and the bases loaded in the second struck out swinging. Chance to make amends here. Oh my, that well off the plate called a strike.
Wow.
Southland Technology shows you Fox tracks. And that one might have brushed the corner. 0-2.
Well, from all the indications tonight, if the right-handed hitters get a fastball in, you got to be hacking.
That's playing right into the strength of Liriano, isn't it?
Exactly. Time now for the Tools of the Trade, brought to you by Ram Trucks. The last at-bat, Will Myers, Francisco Liriano. Let's check out the sequence here. A little off-speed pitch turnover away. A fastball in, straighten him up. He wanted to go inside, but he goes on the outside corner, and Will a little late on that. So dissecting each part of the plate inside and out tonight for Liriano. Staying out of the heart.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
The thing that's frustrating is that in the 4 innings now, 5 walks from Liriano and haven't been able to capitalize on it. Come up with that one big hit to get on the board.
Colin Ray staying loose. He's worked 4 innings, trails 3-0. If Myers is successful, then Matt Kemp would be next. Liriano with 82 pitches and the lead. Of course, his aim is to at least get 5 in and earn a victory. As we look, Tyson Ross, hopefully Tyson will rejoin the rotation. That wounded shoulder has improved.
We got a little scrum going on there, and he's going home with the onion.
Fought for his rights, didn't he?
Oh, good for you.
Look at that.
Giving it to the little girl. Yeah, you betcha. That's great.
High marks for that fan.
It's a magical moment right there.
Hit sharply but foul. Well, tomorrow night, Game 2 will be on the air with Padres Live, the pregame show at 6:30. Drew Pomeranz, the left-hander, against Jeff Locke. Now, the Pirates' Locke is 0-1, but an ERA of 2.53. Pomeranz, the only starter for the Padres with a victory on his card, winning in Colorado. Full count.
Heavy dose of pitches in to Myers. Trying to go soft away with the changeup. Be nice to see Matt Kemp go up there with runners on the corners, hopefully. Or even Will Myers drive this one in and have Matt Kemp hit.
That's a Liriano. It's just interesting to see how he is able. It's almost as if there's a magnet in the center of the plate, and the ball is rejected. It's only on the corners around the edges of the strike zone. And then he gets a couple of calls as well, and that plate is much wider.
Well, to touch on that, Dick, you got to remember these guys at this level. I mean, if the umpire's calling the strike off the plate, you're going to stay there. There's no reason for you to throw it over the plate. I mean, if he's going to continue to give you the pitch on the inside part of the plate, that's a ball usually, you're going to stay there.
That ball is hit deep to left field, way back, and touch 'em all. Lizzatone, a 2-run line drive shot to left center field. His third of the season, and he cuts the lead to 3-2.
All I want is a remedy. Believe in me. Will Myers gets extended, and the big boy, watch the firm front leg, generating the power upward. And this ball, oh yeah. Rock on with your bad self, Will Myers.
Clothesline to left. You could have hung the week's wash on that one. Matt Kemp swings and misses. Finally got a pitch in the zone.
I was just going to say, Clay Hensley, from your vantage point down there, a perfect swing, the perfect mistake out of the hand of Liriano, and Myers made him pay.
No, it was unbelievable. Great swing on the pitch right there. The biggest thing that was most impressive about that at-bat to me was the sequence of pitches that Liriano talked him. He was going inside, outside, and for him to work it down to 3-2 and then take that pitch over the left field wall, pretty impressive at-bat.
Kemp has lined to left, and a good play made by third baseman Freeze to throw him out on a chopper toward third the last time. Well, Myers, 3 home runs on the year, gets a couple of more RBIs, gives him 5 for the season. And the Padres back in it with 1 swing. Ground ball into the shift, right to Mercer, tricky hop. He throws out Kemp. But a bunt single by Spangenberg, a costly one because he injured himself. Amarista the runner, and Will Myers says, "Come on home, I'm right behind you." A home run to make it 3-2. Alexi Amarista was running for the injured Corey Spangenberg. How serious is that injury? Do you have something for us, Jay?
I do, guys. I've been told that Corey Spangenberg has left the game with a strained left quad. I will get you any more info that I get as soon as I get it. But strained left quad for Corey Spangenberg, guys.
The front left thigh, injury to that muscle. Thank you, Julie. Hopefully not serious. May have just taken a precautionary move there. Just get him out of the game so he doesn't aggravate that. Get some ice on it, get the treatment, and we got the best in the business down there in that training room. David Freese, then Starling Marte and Francisco Cervelli for the Pirates here in the 5th. Their lead cut from 3-0 to 3-2 on 1 swing by Myers.
Okay, now the sign of any pitcher when you go out there, you're trailed by 3 and you get that 2-run shot, trailing by 1. It's the job of Colin Ray to throw up a goose egg and throw one up there quickly.
Freese has singled in a run and was hit by a pitch the last time. Boy, he got a pitch to hit there.
Late on the fastball, it should tell you something. So a well-located fastball down and away. It's going to be tough.
Foul tip into the catcher, Derek Norris. 3 runs, 6 hits. 5 men left for the Pirates. 2 runs, 4 hits, and 7 stranded by the Padres. Strike 3 called. That's number 5, Colin Ray.
Well, it's worth another look. A third of the way there, getting the high strike, 2-seamer, bringing it back to Freeze. And let's check the Cholula flamethrower. I've got hot sauce in my bag, swag. 94 for Colin Ray.
Put a little of that on your Tuesday taco, huh?
That's a 3 alarm, yo.
Starling Marte. Penalty flag just been thrown
Really?
for over emoting.
What's the foul?
Over emotion.
Over emotion.
Yeah. But you know, there's an excuse, and we're going to challenge. The challenge has gone to New York. They're going to check on it, see if there's irrefutable evidence. But, you know, they might overrule. You know.
What's the pepper scale? The Scoville ranking, is it?
Oh yeah, whatever. Yeah, that's right. They actually have a scale of the strength of chilies. Swinging at the high limb, 1 and 2. Marte safe on an error and safe on a fielder's choice. Yeah, some of the
Scoville scale.
Yeah, they're nuclear. I mean, they were growing those out in the bullpen the last couple of years. Too high, and it's 2 and 2.
Who started the pepper farm back there?
You know what? I don't know.
Is that a Heath Bell thing?
It might have. You know what? It might have been. That's a good call, Clay.
Strike 3, another punch out. A half dozen for Colin Ray.
Well, Clay Hensley, we talked about the Freeze fastball to David Freeze. How about Starling Marte?
I love that pitch right there. That was one of my favorite pitches in baseball. When you throw something away, come sinking back over the plate and freeze them. I love it. And it's just kind of ironic that it was Freeze at the plate earlier.
So 2 gone, and here's Cervelli hit by a pitch and fly to right. Interesting background, Cervelli. He was born and raised in Italy. His family at age 11, when he was 11, moved to Venezuela. So he qualifies for the Italian national team in the World Baseball Classic. 2-0.
So Italy, South America, you said?
To Venezuela.
Venezuela? So if Italy is playing Venezuela in the World Baseball Classic, can you like switch sides?
Oh yeah,
between
run over
innings?
to the dugout, go back the other way. I think you have to bat left-handed though when you go to the other country.
You got to change unis too. It's going to take a little time.
Foul back and a good cut. 2-1.
Hey, I want to give a shout out to Marge Skinner.
Marge Skinner?
Marge Skinner. She watches every single Padre games. She lives in a retirement community in Rancho San Diego. And Marge, we appreciate your support watching on Fox Sports San Diego.
How old is she?
105 years old.
Wow.
105, Marge, we love you.
That's some hot sauce.
Absolutely. 105.
Yeah, that's just think of what she has seen in her lifetime.
Oh. I know one thing she saw, a Will Myers 2-run shot last half inning.
105, so she was born in 1911.
Wow.
So she would have been old enough to have been listening on the radio. No, well, Babe Ruth, the radio was just starting in the 20s. She was there before black and white radio. Line drive, Cervelli, fair ball, just inside the foul line. And the catcher's on his way to second. Upton up with the ball, and the 2-out double. That's the first extra base hit for the Pirates. They're 7th in the game.
Well, how quickly can Colin Ray bounce back after he wants it down and away, and that's a big-time leak. That two-seamer leaks up above the belt, inner half, and that's what any hitter, even Cervelli, will offer at. And with 2 outs, he's got to come up with a big pitch here to leave him stranded out there.
How about that? There, gentleman keeping score. Looks like he maintains a very tidy scorebook. He'll be able to recreate the game to all his friends. It's the day's history of baseball right there on that sheet. So 2 outs to Gregory Polanco, grounded into a double play and single.
I love the first pitch breaking ball for a strike with that runner in scoring position. Polanco geared for the fastball.
3-2. Pirates lead here in the top of the 5th inning. 2-out double Cervelli. You know, just as Liriano's thrown a lot of pitches and wants to go 5 and be the pitcher of record, so would Ray. His count is up to 92. Wants to get through this 5th inning and hope the Padres get him a run bottom half of the inning or 2. This is likely his last inning. Ground ball. Well, actually hits the screen off to the left.
Laid on the fastball up and away. Now, if he's late on that, how about a fastball in to get that barrel of the bat out front as Carlos Villanueva heats up.
And in scoring position, Cervelli, 2 outs. 1-2 now to Polanco.
Oh, he's trying to go ghost pepper on him up the ladder. Little hot sauce high for Colin Ray.
Beautiful night for baseball, and fans here on Tuesday night enjoying the Pirates and Padres. Right field, Kemp has a play. And that's it. The Cervelli double. No damage done. And we're at the halfway mark in this one. 4.5 innings in the book. And it's the Pirates 3, the Padres 2 coming up. It'll be Melvin Upton, followed by Ramirez and Norris. Opening game of the 3-game series with the Pirates. 3-2 for the visitors as we go to the bottom of the 5th inning. Upton, Ramirez, and Norris, the middle 3 in the batting order.
Do we have a president sighting in the key lime pie shirt on the left there, and then Wayne Partello on the right? just chilling in the Adirondack chairs.
President and CEO Mike D. Just checking out the new facilities.
That is not the Mike D from the Beastie Boys. The rapper, that is not.
But that is Eric Grupner right to his left.
Yes, and
Vice President, Business Administration, the General Counsel of the Padres. Or is that? Looked like Eric Grupner. Maybe not.
It did look like him, didn't it?
Yeah, give him a plug anyway. He's the man that signs the checks. You got to, you know, give him some love. Upton has walked both times and has stolen his fourth base, 2-1. Chopper toward Freeze, able to range off the line and throw him out. That'll bring up Alexei Ramirez.
Clay Hensley down by the Padre dugout. I mentioned it earlier about Liriano. He's got that little funky arm delivery, that arm swing that kind of sneaks up on the hitter. A little deception, don't you think?
Yeah, he's got a little bit of a hitch right there, but then he comes in. Look, I got a chance to play with Liriano earlier in our career when we were rookies with San Francisco. He had a little bit more of a smooth delivery, but after injury, I mean, you can see a lot of these guys coming back from injury. You kind of change your mechanics a little bit. You start to guard a little bit. You're not going out there throwing 150%, but you got to admit the adjustments he's made over his career have been pretty impressive.
Ramirez has flied to right and earned one of the 5 walks allowed by Liriano tonight. None of those 5 scoring. Actually, that was Eric McKenzie with Mike D. He's the vice president of ticket sales. So, yeah, those are new area. That's a new area here at Petco Park, the San Diego Beach.
Oh, Mikey D getting some airtime. And Wayne Partello playing a little Sudoku or Candy Crush. Building a village.
I think he just won.
Get that man a cotton candy. One ball, 2 strikes.
You know what, Clay Hensley and Mr. Enberg, I don't think Liriano has thrown the ball down the heart of the plate with the exception of the Will Myers home run. He may have thrown 2 or 3, but I'll tell you what, he is painting the corners with the best of them.
You know, we were talking about that earlier. I mean, if the umpire is going to continue to give you strikes off the plate.
Yep.
Base hit up the middle for Alexei Ramirez. He's had good success, 419 lifetime against Liriano, and another knock for the shortstop. And the tying run on here in the 5th.
Well, the key for any high fastball, look at how he gets on top of it. The hands are there. It's a nice level swing. The barrel of the bat going through the hitting zone on a level plane, keeping it in that level plane for a long time and spanking it right up the middle of the diamond.
So with one out, Derek Norris, and a visit to the mound as Caminero, the right-hander, gets loose for the Pirates. Next pitch will be number 100 for Liriano. So Ray Searage, the pitching coach, out to see not only from Liriano but from the catcher Cervelli. Is he okay? Can he give us another 10 pitches, get out of this inning, and keep his chance to win the game alive? And meanwhile, there's our San Diego fans of the game. Yes, sir, some Pirate and Padre fans, youngsters.
Having some fun at the old ball yard. Guy got a foul ball and a high five. That might even been the home run ball. Everybody's having a good time at the old ball yard.
Norris 0 for 2, grounded out and popped up. He hits that one well to center field. McCutcheon is a great outfielder, but he's not going to get this one. Touch 'em all. First home run and first RBIs of the season for Derek Norris. And the Padres jump in front 4-3.
Fire! The way you walk, the way you talk really sets me off. Middle in. Look at him get the hands through. Barrel the bat on it and send it at El Centro. Even the All-Star Andrew McCutcheon Can't get this one. Gotta love the 2-run shot.
It's been slim pickings for Norris here in the month of April, and you got to feel good for him. He's had only 6 hits all season, and that's a big one, a 2-run home run. First time he's touched them all this year, and the Padres on a pair of 2-run home runs. Will Myers and Derek Norris have the lead, 4-3, a pitching change.
Going on downtown, bottom of the 5th, 4-3, and Saturdays at Petco Park mean all fan giveaways. That's right, Saturday, April 23rd, catch the Padres as they take on the Cardinals at 5:40. Get a free Tyson Ross jersey t-shirt presented by Mission Federal Credit Union. All jersey and hoodie giveaways are now available in a variety of sizes for adults and children. Tickets at Padres.com/BNISD. And I tell you what, some good quality items.
Hey, that is nice.
Isn't that nice?
That is a nice. Ooh, the Tyson Ross on the backside.
The piping, the yellow and the blue. And
the one in my size by any chance?
Hey, you can have this one.
I don't think that's a little big for me.
Double X. Hey, use it as a night shirt.
Okay. Yeah. No, that is that's high end, and it's that material that kind of breathes for you.
Kind of dry fit. Once again, mark it on your calendar. Call a friend. Saturday, April 23rd. The Redbirds fly into town at 5:40, and it's free. Did I mention, Dick? It's free.
On Saturday night coming up, right, against St. Louis?
April 23rd.
Rosales hits it high and deep and gone.
Did he go rooftop?
Wow! Rosales sprints around the bases, a long home run into the Western Metal Supply Company building. How high was that one? Did he hit the top deck? His first Padre home run as he greets Archimedes Caminero. Padres with their home run suits on.
2-seamer middle in. Oh, just off the upper tank in the S, near the S of Western on Western Metal Supply Company.
He kissed the S of the Western Metal Supply Company.
That ball was, I take that back, a little lower on the first window there. Wow. Adam Rosales, you are clear for takeoff.
That was loud down here.
Oh. So 5-3, the Padres lead. All the runs on home runs. A pair of 2-run shots off the bat of Derek Norris and Will Myers, and the smiling new father, Adam Rosales. That was a tee it up and drive it deep. Tee it high and let it fly.
Good for him. 2-seamer in, turned on it nicely. 98 speed off the bat.
Amarista batting for the first time. He entered the game running for the injured Corey Spangenberg and scored on Myers' home run back in the 4th inning.
Back-to-back jacks, yo.
9 home runs all season for the Padres and 3 tonight in half a game. That strike 3 gets away, and Amarista safe on the wild pitch. Couldn't check his swing. Strikeout wild pitch, and that'll make that gum taste less tasty.
There it is. I tell you what, that's a very catchable ball for Cervelli to his right, and then no chance. Nice hustle by Alexi Amarista. You know what I love about Adam Rosales? How about the way he sprinted around the bases?
He does that, doesn't he?
Love that. He's still smiling.
I think he got to second base before that ball went out.
He may have.
I mean,
And you know what, Clay? That would be good to find out where exactly, when that ball hit that window, where on the diamond was Adam Rosales.
100% 10 yards past first base.
405 feet, they measure it. And that was a Ruthian arc, high and deep. Jabari Blash is the batter.
Now, was that over the Western Metal Supply building, or was that a double in the gap? He was booking out of the gates.
Blash batting for Colin Ray. So Ray's night is through, and the Padres have given him the lead, so he'll be the pitcher of record. Not happy with just 5 innings tonight.
Tell you what, a guy who hits a home run like that, rounds the bases, seems to me he's got to use the restroom.
Blash, the count, 1 strike. Way out in front of the breaking ball.
I got to tell you, Mud, that was a little vintage, little Khalil Green home run over there.
Remember that one?
Oh,
yeah, he did a few of those, Clay. You're absolutely right.
Absolute heaters on the hands, turns on him.
Yep.
Western Metal Supply. That was loud. That was fun to watch.
Good call.
Outside, 1-2. Archimedes Caminero. Pitching change brought to you by El Cajon Ford. He's appeared in now 8 games already this year.
Yeah, lefties kind of having their way at 308, doing a good job against righties.
So Colin Ray goes 5 innings, allows 3 runs. One of those runs on the balk. 7 hits, didn't walk a man, but hit 2 and struck out 6. It's his game to win if the Padres hold on through the 9. Ooh, good cut. 98-mile-an-hour fastball.
Caminero is a 3-pitch pitcher. He's got the fastball, the cut fastball, and then a splitter. And he's got a live arm, folks. Mid-90s. He's been clocked at 101.
Well, you know, to touch on that, Mud, for like the kids that are watching the game tonight, I mean, that's how it is so important to change speeds, especially at this level, because it doesn't matter how hard you throw, because these guys are going to knock it out of the park. Changing speeds is the key.
Caminero, one of the many products of the Dominican Republic. He's 28. First came to the big leagues with Miami 2 years ago. Line drive foul. Last year with the Pirates, Caminero, 73 games, was 5-1, all in relief. John Jay would be next. Outside, the inning began. Upton grounding out, then Ramirez with a single to center. Norris, a 409-foot home run over the center field fence, and Rosales follows, greeting the relief pitcher Camineros with a 405-foot shot off the Western Metal Supply Company third deck. 5-3, Padres lead. Runner goes. Check swing foul.
Looks like Jabari had the right idea. Trying to take that breaking ball the other way, but tried to hold up and fouled it off to get another crack at it. Let's take another look. Tries to go down and get that and punch it the other way, and then kind of tries to hold up, but tough to do when you get those arms going and that bat going towards the pitcher.
Good swing there. Got a good pitch, too. 2 for 15 so far, Blash. 1 double.
I got to tell you, though, with the right-hander at the plate right now with Caminero on the mound, I am a little gun-shy with some of these swings over here.
You better get ready
might
to
be
duck.
ducking behind this wall here in a minute, but...
One pitch inside, the rest over the heart of the plate and away.
And another foul, so the next pitch will be the 10th of this at-bat. Now, we took a busman's holiday last Saturday, came to the ball yard with our friends, Tony and Betty Mobley from Bloomington, Indiana. And you realize how quickly those foul balls get on you. I mean, you've got to pay attention.
Yeah, without a doubt, especially like the check swings. The check swings, whenever they don't take a full swing, but they barrel it up and it just comes rifling over the dugout, those are the ones that make me nervous, especially right now.
Low, the throw to second, and out is the call on Amarista. Tag made by second baseman Harrison. Amarista looking to the dugout as if to say, you want to challenge that. Mark McGwire checking in the video room. Another look.
Oh, does he whiff him on the tag?
I think he missed him on the tag.
No, caught him on the fetlock there. I think he got him.
Yeah, I think he got him as well.
It has been challenged by acting manager Mark McGwire. Again, if you're just joining us, Andy Green tossed in an argument back in the 3rd inning on a balk call that scored a run for Pittsburgh. That was called a balk, then reversed, and then double reversed. He's out. 2-4, trying to steal. So 2 away, and the full count to Blash. No more challenges for Mark McGwire. But that's a loose limitation. I mean, you can suggest strongly the umpires themselves, if they so decide, can go to a review, clarify a difficult play.
Hey, good battle going on right here.
12th pitch of the at-bat. Rosales assimilating that home run. Feels good. Ball 4.
Good job, Jabari Blash.
So the inning continues, and the out stealing, Amarista trying to pilfer second, cost the Padres. They'd have first and second with 1 out. As we go to the top of the order, and John Jay, a couple of hits and a ground out tonight. Pitching coach Sirridge to the mound, or is this just a discussion? So in the inning, Ramirez a 1-out single. Norris with a home run as he clears the center field fence at 409 feet, and then Adam Rosales greets this relief pitcher, Archimedes Caminero, with a home run of his own. A brick buster high off the Western Metal Supply Company building. 5-3 San Diego, rallying from 3-0 down. Pirates scored single runs in the first, third, and fourth. Boy, there's the entire wardrobe.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, Padre fans and Pirate, they can coexist. It's all about love.
They
right?
look really happy right now. He's like, great, I'm going to have to deal with him tonight. We're losing.
1 ball and 1 strike. 98 again on the fastball.
I mean, that's got to be an interesting scenario in any household when you have a couple and one is like diehard out of the city and you live in San Diego and she's rooting for the brown and gold and the Padres.
But you always see the glass half full. That's, you know, no matter what happens, there's a win, right? So you share.
That's a great way of looking at it.
Yeah, that's true. Is that a quiet ride home?
As long as you don't rub it in.
Yeah, oh yeah. So, babe, what'd you think about the game?
High fastball here. Oh, and he got squeezed.
Liriano was getting that pitch. 2-2. Will Myers with his 3rd home run of the year. Got the Padres on the board back in the 4th inning. A 2-run shot. 3-2.
Tell you what, Jabari Blash putting together a good at-bat. John Jay doing the same here. Trying to keep this inning alive with 2 outs. John Jay so will now play behind the runner, Jabari Blash at first.
Runner goes. Fouled away. Well, it'll be a battle of left-handed starters tomorrow night. Hope you'll join us. Good seats available here at Petco Park. If you can't make it, our telecast begins at 6:30 with Padres Live, the pregame show. Drew Pomerantz. Boy, Mike will be rooting tomorrow night, won't he?
Yeah.
Against lefty Jeff Locke of the Buccaneers. Runner again is off, and it's ball 4.
Oof, thank you.
Couple of walks here in the 5th. That's 7 bases on balls from Pittsburgh pitching tonight. Starter Liriano walked 5, and here comes Clint Hurdle. So we're going to have a change for the Bucs here in the 5th. The 3rd pitcher of the inning, Scahill, will come in, the right-hander. Padres have opened a 2-run lead. It's 5-3.
You really can't let at-bats get you down. The at-bats of Will Myers tonight. The first at-bat, a strikeout. Up and away. Second at-bat, down and away with a strikeout. But it's about adjustments. You take the breaky ball. That is a big old fat pitch. It's a 2-run shot off the bat of Will Myers in the 4th inning. And the home run has been the recipe tonight for San Diego, going off script with 3 home runs. Two-run shots and a solo shot.
New pitcher is right-hander Rob Scahill for the Pirates. 4th game of the season. Not many innings, so he allowed a few runs, and so that ERA ballooning up with over 7.
Pretty much a 4-pitch pitcher for Scahill. The fastball, slider, curveball, and changeup. It's got about average 94 on that fastball.
High school in Villa Park, Illinois. Born and still lives in Lombard, Illinois. Is that near Chicago?
Chicagoland area, you bet. It's one of the suburbs.
Played 4 years at Bradley University, so he
the Braves
went on to Peoria for his college education. Now Myers with runners at 1st and 2nd. Chance to turn a disappointing night into something very special. With the 2-run homer after the 2 strikeouts, and with a runner at 2nd, Scahill and Cervelli trying to go over the signals. So the home run by Myers ties him with Melvin Upton has 2. Now Myers with 3 and Kemp with 4 to lead the club. What's interesting about the Pirates, and we've talked about how they're leading the National League in on-base percentage and batting average, .295, but not many home runs. They've hit only 5 home runs, and their opponents have hit 17 this year. You would not think that, huh? Andrew McCutchen contemplating the situation and the fact that he'll probably have a couple of more hits, a couple more at bats at least. That's a strike.
Oof. Ball's well off the plate.
Mark Carlson has had an interesting strike zone.
Hey, don't take your foot off the gas pedal. Got to keep it going here.
Not against these Pirates. You bet.
Right. Back.
And they got him.
Ay, ay, ay.
So 2 outs made at 2nd base in the inning. But 2 home runs produce 3 runs for the Padres. 2 of them come on Norris's drive to center. And then Rosales races around the bases like they're going to take that one away from him. And it's 5-3. This documentary, Cuba, Baseball's Final Frontier, an insight into how important the game of baseball is to the Cuban population and how it has blessed the major leagues with so much talent. It's beautifully produced and shot. So that's next Monday night here on Fox Sports San Diego. So we move ahead to the 6th inning. Padres now in the lead 5-3, and Josh Harrison, Jordy Mercer, and the pitcher's spot here in the top of the 6th.
Oh, Derek Norris.
How many times has he been hit tonight?
That's 3 right in the grill.
Yeah, youngsters close to the field of play in the first row now.
Yeah, got to be heads up there, huh?
So the Padres make a pitching change as the left-hander Buchter comes in to relieve Colin Ray.
I really like what I've seen in Ryan Buchter up to this point. 7 games. He's not afraid to bury that fastball, that breaking ball into the righties. 9 strikeouts in 6 innings. And look at the splits. 200 average and 111 average.
Ground ball right side, smothered by Amarista. Can't get him. Tried to throw a hook shot from his back. A one hopper did get it to Myers, but Harrison able to beat it out. Infield hit. Good play by Amarista.
Absolutely. Great effort by Amarista. He's got to go all the way to his left. Now, as you mentioned, Dick, from the backside, how close was it? He just beat it out. A nice stretch by Will Myers. Alexi did everything he could.
It's the 8th hit for the Pirates. Everyone in the lineup with a hit except for cleanup man Starling Marte. Well, that brings the tying run to the plate here in the 6th inning. Jordy Mercer singled his last time and scored a run. .91 on that strike. Just did nibble the outside corner. Sean Rodriguez is in the on-deck circle, presumably to bat for Scahill. Well, that was it's been an unusual night. The 3 home runs for the Padres. First time they've been able to collect 3 bombs in a game. Manager Green being tossed for the first time in his managerial career. And then that last inning, 2 home runs, 3 runs, and 2 men out at second base. Amarista trying to steal, and Blash picked off. You like the look of the
I love
Pirate
the socks.
I knew you would.
I love it. I'd love a double play right here. Such a good look.
Come on, bud.
No, seriously, Clay. I love it. I do.
Seriously?
Yes.
Really? Maybe because you could pull it off. I could.
Yeah.
That's it.
Stumpy fat guys could pull it off.
You, Babe Ruth.
Well, Harrison's just 5'8", 195 pounds, so he fits that category. Makes him look tall.
Yeah. Adam Rosales working the high pants.
Something about infielders.
I think I kind of look like Hunter Pence when I do that.
Yeah. He wears his pants actually above his knees. You know what I would do if I was Will Myers? I'd do the old fake. It looks like sometimes that Josh Harrison wants to quickly get off that bag after diving back. It wouldn't hurt. Just kind of give a fake toss back and keep the ball in your glove and maybe a quick tag.
The old Little League play.
Yeah.
Huh?
Let's see if he does it here. No, he stayed there that time.
Yeah, first base coach Nick Leyva there to help him out and remind him.
There's Nick. Good baseball, man. He's been in the coaching ranks in baseball for a long, long time.
Seeing a lot of baseball, that's for certain. 2-2. Yeah, the Pirates media announced as they came in after an off day yesterday for the start of the series that Bring your pillow to the games because they last a long time. These Pittsburgh games, they're averaging about 3.5 hours a game this year. Popped him up. Right side. Myers near the bag for the first down. And here's Sean Rodriguez. Rodriguez, just 6 at bats, 3 hits. One of those a home run. Well, earlier in the game, in case you're just joining us, in the 3rd inning, a controversial balk call. That was called a balk, that little hop. Then it was reversed. Then it was reversed again. McCutchen induced the move by pitcher Ray with that charge down the line. Out came Clint Hurdle to argue. Then the umpires gathered again and they changed their change. And that brought Andy Green out of the dugout. And Green, for the first time in his managerial career, gets the old heave-ho. He got his money's worth in the process. This is good stuff.
I loved it. Yeah. Good. Hey, Andy, if you're down there watching, good stuff, my man.
Yeah. Buchter goes to first.
You know, that sparks a ball club, don't you think, Clay Hensley?
No, without a doubt. I was going to say this when you guys were talking about it. I think that was kind of a little bit of a game plan there. I mean, it's a call to maybe get tossed on, but he got pretty fired up, and I think the whole ploy was to fire up the ball club.
Uh-oh, that ball hit deep to left field into the corner. Upton has room for the catch. Hustling back to first is Harrison. Sounded like that came off the end of the bat.
Yeah, I think you're right, Dick. Maybe a little bit too quick for Sean Rodriguez.
So 2 away.
Sometimes when the hitter is too quick to the baseball, you avoid the sweet spot, and let's check it out. Yep, just down towards the bat. You can see that bat kind of wiggle a little bit, and it got the hand out, feeling the track under his feet, and cradles it for the out.
Running out of room in that corner, so you only have to hit it to 336 to get it out. So 2 outs to leadoff hitter John Jaso, a single and 3 at bats. Jaso entering the game at 354.
Looks like John Jaso in the early stages of dreads.
I don't know about early there, Mud.
You think he's already in? I mean,
yeah, he's in there.
You think?
He's stage 4.
Yeah,
for sure. I mean, I had to take a minute and take a look at the screen here, but I was like, I don't know how much further you need to go to be.
That's not full on dreads, though.
Yeah, you're on the runway for sure.
Yeah, that's all right. I agree.
Shift on. Amarist out there in shallow right field. It's interesting with Kemp way over in right center. The ball hit the straightaway center field or right field is going to be closer to Amarista than Kemp.
Yeah, that's stage 4.
Yeah, I stand corrected. Professor, when are you going to go dreads on us?
You know, I'm working on it. Yeah.
That'd be a sweet look, yo.
My follicles just aren't cooperating.
And I think I'm having that problem too.
How about a long set here by Buchter? And Clay, I think you'd agree with me. Runners have a tendency to be a little froggy over there with the long set.
I'd like a hold, even almost just a step off. But I can tell you right now, you know, having played for Balsley in the past, you know, I remember actually doing that a couple times, and he would, whenever I come in from the inning, he'd make sure that, you know, hey, you need to stay focused on the hitter. We got 2 outs.
Yeah.
You need to not worry about the runner so much, and you know, stay focused on what you're trying to do.
Good point.
3-1 now to the leadoff man, Jaso, and he takes high is the call. Ball 4. So 2 men on with 2 outs in the Pittsburgh 6th. First walk, Buchter. And here comes acting manager Mark McGuire. And we're going to have a pitching change here with Andrew McCutchen. And that means that Villanueva, they'll match up right-hander against the right-handed swing of McCutchen. Breaking the action, the Padres in the lead, 5-3. Presents Padres Baseball, brought to you by Mercury Insurance. We're on a mission to save you money. Log on to mercuryinsurance.com today. By Petco, your complete pet store. And by your San Diego County Lexus dealers. 3 home runs tonight. The capper, the solo shot by Smiling Adam Rosales off the bricks of the Western Metal Supply Company building. That made it 5-3. Carlos Villanueva with 2 on, 2 out, and the Padres protecting a 2-run lead will come into work against Andrew McCutchen.
I'm going to call Carlos Villanueva Mr. Everything. Why? Because he can pitch in a pinch, whether it's long relief, getting a guy out in the 6th, get a guy out in the 8th. He's a guy, that swing guy that can even start for you. So we got a big matchup here, righty on righty against McCutchen.
Harrison at second, Jaso at first with 2 outs. McCutchen has walked and scored, singled and scored, and struck out. That was a big strikeout back in the 4th inning, as the Pirates had already scored a run. 4 hits in the inning. They had 2 men on, and Ray able to punch out McCutchen. Oh, and 2. Wild wave at that one.
Slider away, strike 1. High fastball, strike 2.
So you look at that Southland Technology Fox Tracks, and Villanueva brought out his paintbrush as well.
Ryan Vogelsong, right-hander, up for the Pirates.
Former Giant. A ball, 2 strikes. Runners at first and second. Tying run over there at first, carried by John Jaso. In the dirt, 2-2. McCutchen, a career .298 hitter, 153 home runs already, and he's only 28.
You know, it's going to be interesting because a few years from now, 3 to be exact, this kid, Andrew McCutchen, is going to become a free agent. What's going to happen? Is he going to still have the P on his chest? Is he going to be in another costume somewhere else? A lot of Andrew McCutchen fans want to see him wearing the black and gold for a long time. Will that be the case? Stay tuned, ... As I mentioned, still has 3 years.
Runners take their lead. 2-2, 2 outs, 2 on.
Nice.
Did he go? Yes, he did. Big strikeout from Carlos Villanueva. And the Pirates strand 2, middle of the 6th, and the Padres lead 5-3. To the game, how about 3 home runs, a 2-run shot. Will Myers, 3rd of the year. They made it a 3-2 game. Derek Norris gave the Padres the lead 4-3 with a 2-run shot, his first of the season, and Adam Rosales with a little frosting. His first Padre home run deep to left field and sprints around the bases. Wants to get home before they change their mind. And it's a 5-3 game as Will Myers will lead off the bottom of the 6th inning against veteran right-hander Ryan Vogelsong. Myers, Kemp, and Upton scheduled here in the 6th. Off the fist, a slow roller to first baseman Jazo, and he tosses to the pitcher for the out. He got into his kitchen. Myers checking his knuckles.
Yeah, 2-seamer from Vogelsong. He's their swingman for the Pirates. Made a start Wednesday versus Detroit.
Matt Kemp is lined to left. Good play made by the third baseman to throw him out, and he's grounded out to short. Vogelsong was signed as a free agent back in December with the Giants. The last 5 years, he'd kind of gone back and forth on a shuttle between Pittsburgh and San Francisco in his career. Came up to the big leagues in 2000 with the Giants, then to Pittsburgh, worked there 2001 through 2006. Went to Japan for a couple of years. Rebuild his career, and back to San Francisco for the last 5 years. Now to Pittsburgh again. Broken bat shattered, and right to the shift. Harrison throws him out. The bat goes beyond the third baseman. David Freese goes over and picks up the fractured stick.
Off the end or jammed? Jammed down by the pine tar.
That's a dangerous weapon flying at Freese.
Sure is.
He avoids the javelin, and Kemp is out 4-3.
It's always nice to shatter the bat, but I got to tell you, the way these barrels are flying off now freaks me out.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, Clay.
Especially after that game in LA back in the day.
Yeah, you got one off the coconut, and how many stitches did it require?
I don't remember.
But you stayed in the game, didn't you?
I did. It was my first year as a starter for San Diego. And
show us where it was at. Point to it.
Right there.
Yeah, I remember that.
I got a big scar, yeah. But I was trying to earn my stripes. Really don't remember much of the game, but I think I ended up getting the win, going 6-7 shutout.
High pop-up might be a play. First baseman Jazo to the railing and just back about 4 or 5 rows.
Clay, do you remember anything about that? I mean, because I remember correct me, you were sitting on the mound and getting it attended to and bleeding like a stuck pig.
Yeah, I saw the bat break, and it looked like it was going over towards the shortstop, and there was a runner on first, so I turned around to watch the double play. And while I was watching him take the play, I mean, all of a sudden, just white flash, and I hit the ground, and I was like, that was the bat. That's what got me, yeah. But I really don't remember too much of the rest of the game. So I think the lesson there is I probably should have been hitting the head with a bat before every start. Because I ended up going back out and throwing pretty well. But, at the same time, too, I was a rookie that year and wanted to earn the stripes.
Bat handles in today's game are so thin that it doesn't take much. You get in off that trademark and it just shatters them.
It just seems like ever since they made the shift, a lot of the players using maple, I felt like with ash bats they would kind of split and shatter, but the maple bats just seem to break like perfectly and the barrels just go flying off.
Here's Melvin Upton. Has walked twice and grounded out. Do you remember, now I'm not going to go way back to the dinosaur years when I played, but I mean, a broken bat was rare. I mean, literally rare. And I mean, the handles were thicker. In your day, did they break a lot of bats?
No, they did, but they stayed intact. I think like Clay was saying, I remember seeing guys, when we used aluminum bats in Little League and stuff like that, but still, I remember even watching TV. I watched a lot of baseball on TV. And I remember guys would break bats, but they would stay intact.
Right.
You wouldn't have the barrels flying out through towards the infielders and the pitcher.
Well, they like the maple bats because they're lighter in feel. And that calls Upton back. The count is 3-2. But even with the hazardous duty with the fractured bats, it sure beats that awful sound of college and high school baseball, that ping. I just can't quite adjust to the ping sound.
Without a doubt.
Full count. And that is ball 4 for the 3rd time tonight. Upton walks. And that's the 8th walk earned by Padre hitters tonight. Well, we're talking about Cuba and that terrific program that's going to be next Monday night. Here are some of the Cuban-born stars that are currently active: Morales, Cespedes, Abreu, Ramirez of the Padres, and O.D. Despaigne with the Orioles. Now it's produced, as you would well imagine, and when that's your country's top sport, no sport in second place. Eight walks from Pittsburgh pitching, and the Padres have been unable to get any of those runners in. Ramirez flied out, walked, and Singleton scored on Norris's home run. 5th inning that gave the Padres their first lead. Pretty good pitch.
Well, this is game 14 for the Pirates, but it's worth mentioning 24th in Major League Baseball, the bullpen ERA of 4.89.
They were number 1 in Major League Baseball last year with a 2.64 bullpen ERA.
Clint Hurdle, I think, barking at Mark Carlson after that last pitch, called it ball.
Been a rough night for the plate umpire. Ground ball, one hopper, able to glove it Freese and gets the force at second. And we go to the 7th inning. San Diego 5, Pittsburgh 3. Game summary. Balk is called on Colin Ray, and McCutchen scores, and then the umpires rule he didn't score. Then Clint Hurdle comes out, and the umpires ruled that he did score. And that didn't make Andy Green happy at all, and he argues and eventually was tossed first time as a manager. Then Will Myers clubs a 2-run homer off Liriano to make it 3-2. Norris follows with a 2-run homer, and Adam Rosales greets reliever Caminares with a home run. And won't accuse him of showboating on a home run, will you? Racing for home as if your dad is waiting with a stick.
I love his enthusiasm,
I do too.
The way he runs the bases. Good for him. Glad to see him get into one.
Villanueva, who came in with 2 on, 2 out, and struck out McCutchen in the last inning, will face Freese, Marte, and Cervelli in the Pittsburgh 7th.
I think Carlos Villanueva is the true sense of the word being a pitcher. He's not overpowering, creates movement, hits his spots, adds and subtracts.
Freese 1 for 2, RBI single, was hit by a pitch, and took a 3rd strike his last at bat.
Look at it, just flipping up a little wrinkle on the outside part of the plate. Pretty basic. Getting out in front, staying on top, and the stiff front leg, and then generates that power upward, almost like a hitter. Finishes up in a nice position in case he has to field a comebacker.
Full count. Brad Hand did some fancy pitching over the weekend. Looks like a very interesting pickup by the Padres from the Marlins off waivers. Ground ball right side. Amarista on the grass. Gets him by half step.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the San Diego Padres and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the San Diego Padres.
There you go. Laying the law there, Mark Grant. Starling Marte, the only Pirate without a base hit tonight. The attendance announced 19,449 here at Petco. Hope to see you here tomorrow. Pomerantz against Luck. 7 o'clock start, 6:30 for TV here on Fox Sports San Diego. Then Thursday night, an hour earlier, a 6 o'clock game, 6:10. Our TV time 5:30. It'll be James Shields against Garrett Cole. Jarrett Cole, who's 0-2, as is Shields. Marte safe on an error, safe on a fielder's choice, and struck out 0 for 3.
Oh, we got the double barrel working. Brendan Maurer, Brad Hand.
Well, to start tonight, the Rockies 8-5, Dodgers 8-5 atop the NL West. They both have lost. Dodgers beaten in Atlanta 8-1. Cincinnati edged Colorado in the Queen City 4-3. Rip, just fair, just inside the line, and that'll be a ground rule double. Security guard trying to get out of the way. That ball blistered right at him.
This ball may have been right on the line as we take a look. Oh, just fair, and
I would think that ball's still in play, even though it does hit the chair of the security guard. But apparently that is the umpire's ruling that is a ground rule double. So Marte does pick up a base hit, so everyone in the lineup 1 through 9 with a single or at least here a double or with a base hit. 9 hits shared by 9 different Pirates. Cervelli, a double the last time, also was hit by a pitch tonight. Pirates out hitting the Padres 9-7. But the Padres, 3 of their 7 hits home runs. Gregory Polanco on deck for the Pirates. Little meeting at the mound by the Padre battery. Cervelli had a sensational season last year with the Pirates, flirted with a 300 year. Finished at 295. Broke into the big leagues with the Yankees, 6 years with New York. Got it. First strikeout. Make that the second for Villanueva. And that brings it up to Polanco.
just a little slider down and away, a little wrinkle. And as I mentioned, Villanueva is not overpowering. He doesn't have the power slider, but that one's got some serious tilt to it and perfect location for the swing and a miss.
Acting manager Mark McGwire to the mound. A pitching change with 2 outs, a runner at second. Here in the 7th, the Padres lead by 2. Well, Mark McGwire in his managerial debut with the Padres. Yeah. Team was 3-0 when he arrived on the scene as Andy Green was ejected. And the Padres have delivered true to McGwire's form, the home run ball.
Yep.
And lead 5-3 as Brad Hand comes in, his 5th Padre appearance. He's got a lot of goose eggs up there in his work so far.
I've been thinking about this, Mr. Hand. If I'm here and you're here, doesn't it make it our time? Certainly there's nothing wrong with a little feast on our time. Hopefully Brad Hand could feast on these Pirate bats and get him out of this inning and leave a runner stranded.
Polanco, the left-handed hitter, has grounded into a double play, singled and fly to right. Marte at second, 2 outs in the 7th.
Hey, if Brad Hand can continue to hit his spots, a nice 1-2 punch when you have 2 lefties out of that bullpen, Buchter and Hand. It's always a luxury. You know, a lot of teams only have 1 lefty. Some teams break camp with all righties out of the bullpen.
Right. Well, the Padres were almost in that situation all last year. Zepchinski, they traded for him to get that left-hander in the pen. Breaking ball on the corner. 1-2.
Just caught that inside corner. Got to be careful with that hanging breaking ball. Especially to Polanco. He's got that quick bat. Outfield shading a little bit towards the left field line. John Jay on the shortstop side of second base. Get it down and away here. Get it out there.
Pulled foul. And one of the 19,449 here tonight get that souvenir toss from Will Myers. Never fails. Dentists and toothpaste companies must love foul balls and souvenirs, huh?
Hard holding back the smiles, no doubt.
Brings out the enamel. Flash those pearly whites. Man at second, 2 outs. Marte. And a swing and a miss, strike 3. Brad Hand comes in to strike out Polanco and strand a runner in scoring position. Stretch half of the 7th at Petco Park in San Diego, and the home side leads 5-3.
That's the part of my game, you know. It's my plan. Come there and have fun with my teammate, And sometimes when they quiet and come by with the story like do the rooster, the frog, God, everything.
A man of many sounds, Fernando Rodney. He likes to keep his teammates loose, as he indicated that when it's too quiet, he'll give him. He's got the good rooster call, doesn't he?
Oh my goodness gracious! It's the best I've ever heard. it's so funny.
And he does it in a way where you don't see him.
Yeah,
you know,
it's
you
like a
look
ventriloquist.
Yeah, he does have a little bit of that. Yeah. So that's on Padres Live. After Padres Live, on SD Live. And Mike Pomerantz always does a fabulous job with that. So stay with us after the game.
He does such a great job on that.
Derek Norris breaking out of a April slump with the 2-run homers last time. That should get him going. Grounded out, popped up, and then hit that shot straightaway center field. His first home run and first 2 RBIs of the season. That ball smacked sharply but foul.
Nice play. Give it to a fan? You bet.
Adam Rosales. That long home run his last time. 3 of the 7 Padre hits go the distance tonight. Vogelsong entered the game in the last inning, walked a man, but retired the other 3 on ground ball outs. Here's the Norris home run, straightaway center, measured at 409 feet.
You know, I know we can do some research on this, but correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Enberg. A lot of the home runs Derek Norris hits are to center field.
I think you're right.
We could look that up. That's easy. We have the technology.
Straightaway power. And another full count. Boy, there have been a lot of pitches thrown tonight. Padres have walked 8 times against Pirate pitching. A lot of 3-2 counts on the other side as well. Although only 3 walks, 2 hit batsmen from Padre pitching. Well, last year against the Pirates, bases loaded. Where did that shot go? How about straightaway center? A walk-off grand slam for Norris, one of the highlight swings of last season.
Look out!
he'll take it. And strike 3, he takes that one as well. First strikeout for Vogelsong.
We're talking about Adam Rosales in the 5th inning. Watch him get into it, and then watch him get and go on the base paths. This is a home run, folks. That is a sprint for most people. Love that.
If you're wondering, he's made the trip before. That's his 28th major league home run. He's also walked tonight and struck out. Amarista to follow here in the last of the 7th. Brett Wallace just in case as the pitcher spot a couple away. Inside. Cubs won again tonight, 2-1 in St. Louis. They're 7-1 on the road this year.
Yeah.
Have the best record in the big leagues, 11-3, and their best record in 47 years on the north side. They're good. In fact, they're now going back to last year. This is hard to believe. They're 16-1 on the road in their last 17 games.
Incredible. They got it going. Every angle, too. Every part of their game.
Padres visit Chicago early in May. All-Star game in July, of course, you're right here at Petco Park. A lot of the merchandise available for fans.
Yeah, it makes a great gift.
Father's Day coming up,
Yes.
Mother's Day coming up.
Yeah.
D right 3, taking the 3-2 pitch, and both Norris and Rosales caught looking. And here's Amarista, entered the game as a pinch runner for Corey Spangenberg when he pulled a quadriceps muscle, beating out a bunt single back in the 4th inning. Amarista then came around to score. He struck out his only time at bat and was safe on the wild pitch on strike 3. Off the plate, ball 1. Same spot, lower, 2-0. Product of Kutztown State in Pennsylvania. Vogelsong.
Yeah, we just had them up in our booth. Visitors, Andy and Connor Kaplan.
That's a strike, 2-1.
Had a good time.
They're friends of yours, are they, Kaplans?
Yes, we have the same dentist. Dr. Joe Zukowski.
There you go.
Speaking of pearly whites earlier, right? Foul ball. Bring out the smiles.
2-2.
Look at this work right here.
Yeah, but look
That's
what it
2
did.
years. That's two times a
But
year
you know
cleaning.
what, I hate to tell you this, what it did to your eyes. I mean, he did a good job with the teeth, but full count.
That's every 6 months cleaning.
Is there a better feeling than after you've had your teeth cleaned professionally?
He's the best. Good with the needle too.
Is he a talking dentist, or is he?
No, he bears down and does his work.
Ball 4, another walk, the 9th given up by Pittsburgh pitching tonight. The second from Vogelsong. I ask you that question because sometimes you'll get those dental hygienists, and they like to talk, and they're asking you a question. How are you supposed to answer?
But you know what though? They're so good they can understand because they've been doing it for so long.
That's
Oh,
right.
is that the case? Oh, that's good to hear.
Really?
Really?
Yeah.
No kidding. Well, what did you have for dinner that night? Oh, I had the same thing and it was outstanding. What did you think of the service? I know. They were great with me too.
Brett Wallace pinch hits. It takes strike 1.
Hey, this is the part of the game where sure you lead by 2, but a 2-run shot as well. Here's your 1 bullet, Brett Wallace. Yeah, he comes up to the plate. Everybody thinks home run. Extra base hit would be nice. 2 outs, crack of the bat. Amarista will be off and running. So Gapper will score a run.
Big shift on. Harrison way out in right field. Wallace has started slowly this year, 1 for 13. There's Brandon Maurer ready to come in for the top of the 8th.
There's your 8th inning guy.
The shift on, and it's obviously this year more than ever. The first week of the season, shift was employed 1,089 times.
Wow.
That's more than twice as much as 2 years ago.
And you're going to see
and
more
3
of it.
times as much as 3 years ago.
Yep.
That Viking from La Jolla doesn't like it. And neither do some of the hitters that have blistered the ball, but right to that second baseman playing right field.
How many times have we seen that?
Too many.
The one hopper. And, you know, and playing shallow like that, but still it gives you more range on a hard hit ball because you have time to react. Even the ball is hit hard through that hole. The rover out in shallow right field, you know, it still can take 2 or 3 strides to get to that hard hit baseball because he's playing back.
2-2. Vogelsong a strike away from punching out the side here in the 7th. Low, full count. John Jay, the leadoff man, on deck. Out of the 7th inning, and the game's almost 3.5 hours old already. They're right, the Pittsburgh media. The games are long for the Pirates. Brett Wallace would like to make it a long one right here. Get Padres a couple more runs. Runner goes, ball 4. 10 walks.
Good plate appearance by Brett Wallace. Nicely done. Putting pressure on the Pirates and Vogelsong.
Interestingly, 10 walks, and not one of them is coming around to score, so it hasn't hurt Pittsburgh's pitchers tonight. The Myers home run came after the bunt single by Spangenberg. The Norris 2-run home run after a single by Ramirez. And of course, Rosales home run, a solo shot. Yeah, looking ahead tomorrow night, Fox Sports San Diego, 6:30 our TV time. Drew Pomeranz 1-1 against a fellow southpaw Jeff Locke. 0-1 with a fine ERA so far of 2.53 for the Bucks. Hope you'll join us here on Fox Sports San Diego if you can't make it in person to beautiful Petco Park. Coming here as a fan on Saturday, that scoreboard is so incredibly outstanding. I mean, the clarity, the entertainment qualities, I mean, they just do a fabulous job. That and the concessions, our friend said, "Boy, what? You can get anything you want to eat here. It's not just, I mean, you like hot dogs, that's fine, but you want sushi? Do you want a big old burger? Do you want some ribs? Do you want to go to the market and buy some fruit? They got that tier too." John Jay, a chance to add to the 5-3 lead. 2-0. Amarista at second, Wallace at first.
Well, you know, one thing I've noticed, the defense kind of back on their heels a little bit. This has been a long inning.
A long game, a lot of walks. You can't defend that, no matter how good your glove is.
And in center field, Andrew McCutchen playing on the shortstop side of second base. There's a big hole. Right center field.
And down the right field line.
Yes.
Line drive to right, falling in a hurry. It drops.
Gotta go.
Amarista pulls up at third. And the bases are loaded. Well, Amarista never got the full gear there.
I was wondering if he forgot how many outs there were or what, because.
Yep, the way Glenn Hoffman has gone to pat him on the back is have to say, "Come on, man.
Let's check it out." Secondary lead, balls in the air.
He's just kind of jogging over there to third.
Oh, you know what? That's not. I don't think he. I don't think he forgot how many outs there were. Just
whatever. But no chance to score him for Hoffman, even with 2 outs. So the bases are loaded. And John Jay has his 3rd hit of the game. Time for In the Driver's Seat, brought to you by Kia. Will Myers in the driver's seat in the 4th with a 2-run homer that got the Padres on the board for the first time. His first home, or his 3rd home run of the season, his first hit tonight. Bases loaded. Ball 1. 2 strikeouts early with men in scoring position, but then made amends with his 2-run homer. Grounded out the last time. Got a chance to finally punish the Pirates for all the free tickets. Right down the middle. Oof.
Hey, that's okay. 1-1. Still, no pun intended, Wil Myers is in the driver's seat, even though he pumped a fastball in for a strike to even the count at 1-1.
Amarista, Wallace and Jay aboard. Vogelsong in relief. 45th pitch. 2-1. That's a long 2 innings of relief.
Yes, it is.
In part because he's walked 3, struck out 2. Hasn't given up but 1 hit. That was a single by Jay. The action pitch with the bases loaded. 2-1. Fouled into the glove of Cervelli.
A.J. Schugel heating up for the Pirates.
Pirates started with Liriano, then Caminero, Scahill, Vogelsong. And another full count.
This is what I love. Bases loaded, full count. Everybody's going to be running. This is where this could be a bases clearing hit somewhere.
At the same time, to be patient, not so eager that you swing at ball 4. So the 3 runners, you wind them up and they're off with the delivery. And he punches that foul. Let's go down to Julie Alexandria. Julie?
Hey guys, well, with the off day yesterday, Wil Myers told me that he spent the day golfing with a buddy. He's like, I'm not a scratch golfer, but he does say it helps him with his swing. He says, when I go golfing, it helps me get down on the ball, and apparently that translated tonight as well.
All right, thank you. Well, it's good to see him line that. That was a tee shot line drive home run, that's for certain.
Hey, a nice little 8-iron over the first baseman's head would work nicely as well.
Yeah, got to have a good wedge in your game. That ball's hit well to right field. Back goes Polanco and makes the catch. Oh, that's a late night Petco Park, a dying deep fly ball, and the Padres leave the bases loaded again.
Padre lead over the Pirates top of the 8th inning. Clay Hensley, Mike Pomerantz. We're working on Padres Live, the post-game show, which will be brought to you by Cox Communications. Boy, the bullpen has done a nice job recently, I think. Brandon Maurer, though, with an opportunity now on in relief to right his ship.
Yeah, no, the bullpen's definitely set the stage for tonight's game, and they're coming in pressure situations, getting the outs, and this is a good opportunity for Maurer to bounce back and get ready for this game to be a win.
So, coming up on the post-game show, we'll break down everything that happens here on the field. Also, you're going to hear from Andy Green on his ejection. What was a heated little argument he was having out there, so we're going to hear from him. We'll get an injury update for you on Corey Spangenberg. Also, we have a preview, guys, of SD Live, which will follow us. Not only do we have Fernando Rodney, who you mentioned a moment ago, but also joining us, Andrew McCutchen, and we'll talk about that and more when we see after the final out. Dick and Mark.
All right, Mike. There's lots left after the end of this game tonight, so stay with us here on Fox Sports San Diego. Brandon Maurer on the mound. A couple of defensive moves. Rosales moves from third to second. A little fly ball. That's going to be punched into right field. And Josh Harrison, leadoff single. That'll bring the tying run to the plate here in the top of the 8th. Rosales is second. And Brett Wallace stays in the game at third. And Marista out of the game.
Brandon Maurer is going to break a lot of bats, and with that, they're going to find holes once in a while. Going the opposite way. This is 6th game. ERA, in the short time that he's been out there, a big hit here, a big hit there. Kind of has that ERA balloon a little bit. And another broken shillelagh off the end. A good pitch, but a good result for the Pirates.
Shortstop Jordy Mercer has flied out, singled, and scored, and popped up.
Working down in the zone here, letting your infielders work for you. Hopefully turning 2.
Matt Joyce is in the on-deck circle. Pitcher spot due next. Two and 0. Treading a dangerous line, Maurer with the leadoff single, now falling behind Mercer. And a sharp shot by Rosales. And on his way to third goes Harrison. That ball almost hit the second base umpire and made it a tough play for Rosales. He was screened a bit. First and third with no one out.
Dick, I think you're exactly right. Adam Rosales was screened by the second base umpire, Walcott, and that's pretty much a hang with him. One hop. It looked like maybe, did Maurer get a glove on that? Maybe just a little bit?
Went right through the legs of the umpire, and then Rosales, that might have been a double play ball if he gets a clean look at it. That's like the winger there in the crease and blocking out the goalie on the slap shot. That's bad luck for the Padres and Maurer, and pitching coach Balsley to the mound. First and third, no one out.
Almost wishing, nobody gets hurt, first of all, but almost wishing that ball hit the umpire, because it would have been a dead ball, and one base for the base runner would have been a first and second rather than a first and third. That ball scooting through.
So the Pirates threaten here in the top of the 8th inning with no one out, and Joyce, the pinch hitter, undoubtedly that was the subject of conversation on the mound with Balsley. How to pitch to the former Tampa Bay Ray. Painted the low outside corner with a breaking ball. Joyce 6 for 16 with a home run and 4 runs batted in, so not many at bats, but productive. All 2, or 1 and 1 rather. That's a strike, 1 and 2.
Thank you. Brandon Maurer getting a call. Kind of a violent delivery from Maurer. Long stride. Getting extended big time. And that's a power arm and a power delivery. He's got some heat for you in a tight, nice breaking ball.
Infield back, they'll give up a run for a chance at 2. Joyce, after some successful years in Tampa Bay, worked for the Angels last year, had an off season, hit only 174, was released, and the Pirates signed him in spring training to a minor league contract and made the big club. Three and two. Best year with the Rays was back in 2011 when he hit 19 homers, drove in 75. The closer, Rodney, gets up early. Full count, first and third, no one out. Swing and a miss. Big strikeout. One away, and the leadoff hitter John Jaso steps up.
Well, that's a battle right there. The high breaking ball. Hey, there are hanging breaking balls that you can crush, and then there are breaking balls that are up just enough to where Joyce can't get on top of it. The swing and the miss. Third of the way there for Brandon Maurer.
Jaso had grounded out twice, then singled and walked. Hitting .354 at the start. No homers and just 3 runs batted in. Takes ball one.
See if we can get Encino Man to ground into a double play right here.
One for 5 in his career against Maurer. Ball 2. Line foul, upper deck. Harrison at third, Mercer at first. Strike 2. He struck out Joyce on a 3-2 pitch. Now 2-2 to Jaso. And another full count.
It's tough to lay off that changeup. Out of the hand, looks like it's going to be a strike. See pitch number 5, the Fox Tracks, brought to you by Nissan. A good take by John Jaso. Here comes the changeup again. Wanted to, but held up.
Runner goes. The throw, Rosales throws it away. Run scores, everyone's safe. Potential double play ball. But Rosales was moved over to second base, flipping to the shortstop Ramirez, and was way offline. Second error tonight for Rosales, and it's a 5-4 game. Well, that had double play written on it.
What kind of slide we got going in here at second base? Does he go for the fielder? You know what? Are they going to look at that slide maybe? Was he going straight into the bag? You know what? I got to challenge that. That slide, Mark McGuire he's suggesting that they look at that slide. Because look, he's not going to the bag. He's going for the defender.
The Padres do not have a challenge.
He can suggest though, right?
He can suggest it. And
they're calling off the jam on that one, I guess.
So when the dust clears here, it's a 5-4 game. Credit Jaso with a RBI. Fielder's choice safe on the air by Rosales.
Surprised they're not looking at that one.
McCutchen now, dangerous man up. He's struck out twice with a chance to do damage the last 2 times after he walked and single scored 2 runs. Tying run now in scoring position carried by Mercer. With Jaso the go-ahead score at first. Ground ball, this should be 2. There's 1. Back to first base. Double play. Big double play off the bat of Andrew McCutchen. The Pirates get an unearned run in the inning and tighten it up to 5-4. At the bottom of the 8th inning, and that double play bails out Mauer, and the Padres maintain the advantage despite the error. And it is an earned run. You can't presume the double play. And we go back to our Honda dealers' keys to the game, Mark Grant.
Well, the first one was no cannonballs / home runs for McCutchen. He'd homered 2 games in a row prior to tonight, and he's 1 for 4 with a single, so he stayed in the yard. Good job there. And let Liriano walk the plank. 5 walks in 4 1/3 stanzas. 10 walks by Pittsburgh pitchers overall. So as we take a look, a 1-run lead, and we are late in this game. It's time for the Padres to hopefully add on.
Looks to me like an A grade tonight.
Well,
Mark
thank
Grant.
you, sir.
Very well done. A.J. Schugel making his 3rd appearance of this 2016 season.
Pour some Schugel on me. 3-pitch pitcher, fastball, changeup, curveball. Not overpowering, about 92. Throws a 2-seamer, 4-seamer.
Made his major league debut with Arizona last year. Came up from AAA Indianapolis to Pittsburgh on Wednesday. He's the only rookie on the current active roster for the Pirates. Kemp, Upton, and Ramirez to hit for the Padres with a 5-4 lead. Well, Arizona has shut out the Giants tonight 3-0. That was Robbie Ray getting the start. Went 6 shutout innings. So Arizona moves to 7-8, and the Giants with a loss are at 7-8. So the top 3 teams in the West, Colorado, the Dodgers, and the Giants, all losing tonight. Padres using the home run ball to score all 5 of their runs. Unable to take advantage of 10 walks from Pirates pitching. And a strikeout as Kemp goes after that changeup. 0 for 5 tonight for Matt Kemp.
Good arm action from Schugel. Looks like a fastball, but out of the hand. Boy, look at that action, too. Down and in. The pick by Cervelli on the tag for the strikeout. You know, he likes that changeup. That's probably his best secondary pitch.
Off the fist foul. Melvin Upton has only one official at bat tonight. He grounded to third. He walked 3 times. That ball ripped into the left field corner, just off the line. Rattles around that left field corner, but Upton will be satisfied with a stand-up double. Well, we've had 3 balls hit right on the line tonight down that left field side.
Quick to the baseball, and that ball is off the plate. Well off the plate. And with the way Melvin Upton Jr. has been swinging the baseball, it's good to see that ball stay fair, right on the line. You know, when you're not swinging the bat well, it's a foul ball. When you're seeing it well and swinging well, yeah. Hard holding back the smiles.
So a 1-out double for Upton. That's a big insurance run out there for the Padres. As Alexei Ramirez steps up, he has a single and a walk tonight, scored a run. Right-hander Schugel was actually selected by the Padres back in 2007, but didn't sign. Went to Central Arizona College. As a kid, grew up in Minnesota, played hockey.
Central Arizona, down in Coolidge, Arizona. It's JC.
Deep drive to left field, down the line, in the corner, and foul. That one out of our sight, down in that little piece of the left field corner that's blocked from our view.
Look at the hands. Near the jersey to get that barrel out in front. Gosh, it amazes me how hitters can get those hands through to get that barrel in a good position to try to keep it fair. That is a tough pitch to keep fair. And he just flirted with possibly extra bases.
Well, you see the Pirates due up in the ninth. Freeze, Marte, and Cervelli, and Fernando Rodney is ready. Foul ball. Foul. Bounced right it back up and hit the bat. Marte.
Oh, that was a catchable ball.
Trying to climb the wall and find the ball, but he got up high enough and went right over his glove.
Yeah, it looked like he overran it.
That's a pretty tough chance.
Yeah.
Cued foul. Another deep drive, but well foul. Bounce to short. Mercer across. 2 away as Upton moves to third.
Well, stay tuned after this one. Padres Live, the postgame show with Mike Pomeranz and Clay Hensley, going to break everything down. We're going to hear from Andy Green after his ejection earlier in the game.
Derek Norris, the one big blow, 1 for 4, but a 2-run homer, his first home run, and produced his first RBIs of the season.
And you know what? Our research team, Connor Larson,
he's a good one.
Remember I talked about the home runs from Derek Norris? Majority, he's got 41 career home runs now in his big league career, and the majority of them are from left center to the left field foul pole. So he's maybe a couple, 2, 3 to straightaway center field.
Well, one tonight and the one we saw, the Grand Slam last year.
There's Connor right there, good kid. Point to him, Professor.
Yeah, pride and joy at Point Loma Nazarene College.
And Derek Norris also has an opposite field home run to his credit. So our research team was all over it.
He's a team all wrapped up in one. Yeah. Bright young guy.
Yep. He's going to go places.
Going to go home right after the game. He better now. He's got exams coming up. He's going to be excited this weekend. He grew up a big St. Louis Cardinal fan. We're going to have to tie him up a bit. 2-1 to Norris. Man at third. 2-2.
Hey, you mentioned Schugel going to Central Arizona College, right? Little JC down there in Coolidge. Mm-hmm. John Wente, the head coach down there, has got a good program. Ian Kinsler, Rich Harden, Scott Hairston.
Wow.
Notables that played at Central Arizona.
Upton with a lead off third. Big run in a 5-4 game. Padres would like to add on. Swing and a miss, and that's it for San Diego's threat in the 8th. Couple of strikeouts for Schugel. And coming up in the top of the 9th inning, right-hander Fernando Rodney. Save situation. Can he hold off the Pirates? It's 5-4. Carl's Jr. stars of the game. Will Myers gets a star, 2-run home run that made it 3-2. Derek Norris gets a star, a 2-run shot that gave the Padres the lead 4-3, and Adam Rosales a piece of a star on a solo shot, his first home run as a Padre. The Padres now will try to sprint home with a win against the Buccaneers. 5-4 as we go to the top of the 9th under the watchful eye of acting manager Mark McGuire. A lot of firsts tonight here at Petco Park as he replaced the ejected manager Andy Green after a rather lively argument back in the 3rd inning.
Well, hopefully a clean, crisp inning for Fernando Rodney, going for his second save. There you see the splits. There you see the numbers. 1-run lead here in the top of the 9th.
David Freese. RBI single and hit by a pitch, 1 for 3 tonight, followed by Marte and Cervelli for Pittsburgh. That's been called a strike most of the night. Had a lot of action to that. 237 career saves for Rodney, 39 years of age. Frankie Rodriguez leading the way, active pitchers. Change up.
Fernando Rodney always going from the stretch, just a little bit of a leg kick, but he gets in a good power position. Look at him get up on top, stay on top of that baseball, and go get him. Good arm action on that changeup as well. So you got 95 on the fastball and 81 on the changeup.
Two and two. Fires that fastball through the swing of Freese. Pirates have stranded 10 tonight. The Padres 13. Base paths are worn out. Ground ball by the mound, but positioned is Rosales to throw out Freese for the first out in the 9th.
Don't you love that? Ball hit right to the defender. Why? Because Fernando Rodney hitting his spots. And this coaching staff works so hard to position players defensively to work to their advantage, and we saw it firsthand right there.
Marte doubled the last time. He's 1 for 4.
Here it is. He hit a spot. It was a weak swing. Look at Adam Rosales. Little 4-3 play. Third by the third baseman.
Third baseman now, Brett Wallace, guarding the line to protect against the extra base hit. Myers is well off the line at first base. He's got the good velocity, 95, Rodney.
Just missing. You know, it's so nice to have the player. We've talked about it before, like Adam Rosales. Play any position. Started at third, now at second. Still smiling from that home run. Hopefully.
He's always smiling.
Yeah.
Great demeanor. So 2-2 to Marte.
And once again, stay tuned for Padres Live, the post-game show. You're going to hear from manager Andy Green, Mike Pomerantz, and Clay Hensley breaking everything down for you.
The longest home game in Padres history for 9 innings is 4 hours and 4 minutes. We're right at that mark now. And it was against Pittsburgh last year. Ground ball left side. Ramirez there with those sure hands and the throw off line, but Myers there to tag Marte. 2 away. Francisco Cervelli, the batter. Fryer enjoying ringing the bell tonight.
That's a permanent smile right there.
A double and 3 trips for Cervelli, also hit by a pitch. 97. He's gunning it. Of course, you know the story, but it's worth repeating. He wears his cap off at that angle in tribute to his fisherman father, who turned his bill of his cap to protect from the sun.
Oh, he's rearing back now.
And when he does save a game, he shoots the imaginary arrow. La Fleca is the name of the hometown of Rodney, the arrow, and so he salutes his little hometown as well. So there's a purpose in all of that, a good purpose. Let's hope he can demonstrate it tonight, and he's down to a strike away. $19,449, eager to cheer a win for the Padres. And they get it. Hit the bullseye. Fernando Rodney with his second Padre save. A hard-earned victory tonight. 3 home runs. And all 5 runs come from the long ball. The Padres win the first game of the series 5-4. Padres Live next. Here's Mike Pomeranz.
Hey, you've waited this long. Stick around for the postgame show. Clay and I have a good one for you. You're going to hear from Andy Green on how it was he was ejected and perhaps maybe share a little bit of that dicey conversation with the men in blue. Also, we're going to take a look at our Cuban special coming up next Monday, and we'll have a preview of SD Live with Andrew McCutcheon and Fernando Rodney.